and turn into song. Yeah. If I die alone, let it be more than dying alone. The reason I'm gone, the reason I'm gone. Instead it be sleep, let it be hate, let it degrade, let it be deep. Some others should weep, some others should keep the memory of the way that I died, and maybe a change. Some other can try, at least we can lie, at least we can hope, at least we can say tomorrow is better, it won't be today. Some other can pray, some other can fight the wrong done to me, some other can right. Then maybe my death can save some other life, for then I would gladly give another life. Yeah. Let it be worth, let it be so, some other can live, let it be birth. Yeah, as I am hurt, as I pass, let it be last, let it be first. Yeah, don't let them forget, the only regret is that we relent, we all should repent. Yeah, if I die alone, let it be more than dying alone. The reason I'm gone, the reason I'm gone. Yeah. Yeah. It feels like I stood there watching the pain and the brutal torture, and added my silence to the violent screams of burn and torture. How do you earn this fortune? Or does it come unbidden? If life's a painted portrait, who puts dark colors in them? If there is a God in heaven, surely he's weeping now, as all the blood is shedding, as all these people drown.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a moment and we will be underway. Thank you for your time. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the inaugural, the first ever, so we are making history today, setting trends, Nigerian Youth Summit. Our theme for today is elevating youth voices. This is brought to you by the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation. Appreciation to the team that has pulled us together for this. Appreciation for everyone that has tuned in, because we couldn't do this without you, and it couldn't come together in the same way before now. Now, why are we coming together? Well, first, let me introduce myself. I am Andrew Mwavua, a son of the motherland, Africa. My umbilical cord is buried on the eastern side of the continent in Kenya, in the last set of highlands before you descend to the shores of the Indian Ocean, a place called Taita. I'm honored to join you today. I'm coming to you from what is commonly known as Chocolate City, the DC suburbs. And I know we are tuning in from many different places. As a matter of fact, if you can drop in the chat where you're coming from, Um, and if you would like, how you greet in your language. So whichever language you choose. So you can do that in the chat on whatever platform that you're on. Today, we're going to have an important conversation. We have seen the age of transformation of communication, and it is powered by technology, more commonly known as social media. It allows us to communicate, share ideas, but the effect has not all been positive, to be sure. We also live in the age of fake news, misinformation, disinformation. And so the conversation we're going to have today is very important conversation, because if we fail at this attempt to figure out how do we arrive at consensus in an age when everyone and anyone can have an opinion and facts are in dispute and truth is what someone feels like it should be, how do we create and moderate consent? Because without consent, we fail to have community. Without consent, then democracy is a failed experiment. And so I think this conversation is timely and it is appropriate. And I know we're all here to lend our best to it. And so before I proceed to introduce our next speaker, let me just say this. Could we take a moment of silence to just pause and honor, and in our traditions, pour out libations virtually to those that have rested during this current pandemic, those that paid the ultimate sacrifice, fighting for justice. Let's keep in mind the End SARS movement and that spirit. And so for 10 seconds, just think about them. Let's honor them. And then let's also take a resolve in that 10 seconds to live lives that they would be proud of. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is my esteemed privilege, it's my honor to introduce Professor Kingsley Moghalu. The young people of Nigeria affectionately call him PKM. PKM is a scholar, he's an intellect, he is a financier, but what I've come to love about him the most is he is a man with a message, a vision, and a heart for the time that we live in. Professor, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on behalf of the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation and my humble self. We welcome you to the first ever edition of Elevating Youth Voices Summit. Wherever you're coming from, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, but hopefully not yet good night. People are joining us on this summit from all over the world. From Nigeria, I welcome you. We are going to be talking about the creative industry and its role in governance, in public policy, And so we're going to be talking about celebrities and the social media. We live in a world in which everywhere you turn, you are confronted with the energy, the beauty of young men and women. The world's population in many parts of the world, and certainly in Africa, and certainly in Nigeria, is about 70% youth. And so we all talk about the youth being our future. But the future is now. The future is not just something we imagine. The future is not just something that happens. The future is something we create by our actions today. The future is something we have to colonize. You know, the way Britain and France came to Africa and colonized our countries and used our countries to develop their own economies. The same way we have to colonize the future by what we do today. And if the future is the youth of Nigeria and of Africa, then it means that the youth cannot be spectators to their own future. We, all of us, have to create it. And so the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation, a think tank that is dedicated to studying issues of public policy, decided to have a conversation driven by the young people of Nigeria, of Africa, and from wherever else in the world you're joining us from. This conversation belongs to you about your own future. Age is in the mind. And so some of us may not be 20 years or 25 or 30 years, but we identify with the spirit, the energy of the young men and women of Africa and of Nigeria. We look at Nigeria today, the future, the present looks a bit bleak. 33% unemployment, the second highest in the world at this point. 40 million people out of work or underemployed. Poverty rates are very high, 100 million people living in extreme poverty. What does this mean for the future? And then you have a world, like Andrew said, where you have the increasing power of social media, the influence of cultural stars, whether in music, in film, in sports. They're very influential. But how is their influence? How is the power of the social media being harnessed to discuss and frame a future that works for all of us, that works for the young men and women of Nigeria and of Africa? And so we thought this is what we should start a conversation about. It's a call to action. And so I welcome you all. IGET welcomes you, the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation. It's very interesting that I'm actually wearing a t-shirt that someone gave to me yesterday, gifted me with. And written on that t-shirt is, I get coconut head. So it's a play on our initials, IGET, the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation, but it's also a product from one of the people who will be speaking at this conference because it's from a line called Savvy. And that's Savvy Renew, who will be joining us among other very distinguished young people speaking this afternoon. So I'd like to welcome you all. And before we proceed, this conference, this summit, has not just happened. It's been brought to us by some very hardworking volunteers who have done all the work to make this happen. And I'd like to give them a special thank you by name. And let me start with the moderators. Matilda Duncan, Andrew Mwavua, whom you've just heard from, the social media panel, the people who are working on our social media. You have Fata Akwoy, you have Desmond Abale, we have Joy Chiano, we have Anita Ifedi, we have Emmanuel Ihedome, we have Chukwuwike Nweke, we have Ebere Usoro. They are working on our social media, Facebook, YouTube. We are everywhere on Instagram and so on. Then we have our production team, Amanda Ota, Caroline Barclay, Mary Ann Moghalu, who happens to be my wife, special shout outs to Mary Ann. Thandeka Makwe Tuka, Akeju Kublenu Mubarak, Joby Wonder, and Ochi Obuaku. This team has been wonderful, and they're operating right now from the United States, from South Africa, from Nigeria, and a number of other countries. Welcome to the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation's first ever Elevating Youth Voices Summit. The future begins now, and we will walk our talk. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, PKM. That was inspiring, and some of the most impactful words I've heard you speak were when you spoke about quality leadership. So much so that, if you don't mind, we're going to play a clip when you speak about what quality leadership is. So please, let's share that clip right now.
Quality leadership. Nigeria's next leaders should be people who possess a combination of intellectual depth, a mindset capable of philosophical reflection, and the practical ability to inspire, motivate, and guide our citizens. We must elect a leader with a globalized mind. Globalization has drivers and passengers. Right now, Nigerians are passengers in the train of globalization. It is time to look into a new generation of younger technocratic minds that can solve practical problems of nation building, joblessness, widespread poverty, and weak institutions. It is time to start educating young people in order to break cycles of intergenerational poverty. It is time to empower the citizens to ask questions, demand answers, and vote out non-accountable governance. It is time for us to unite beyond tribe and religion and elect a true leader who has the interest of the country at heart. Because we can't achieve greatness without national unity, without stability, without cohesion. Remember, an ineffective government is a reflection of an ineffective man or woman elected to a responsibility that he or she lacks the capacity to deliver on.
Thank you. Every time I hear those words, it inspires hope. I was honored to work on President Barack Obama's campaign, and I remember when it was Unlikely Prospect, and we lived the words that were in the book, The Audacity of Hope. And I'm just so honored that for the African continent, true story, Caucasian gentleman, friend of mine that we grew up with in Kenya, became a pilot and said to me, do you know why they call Africa the dark continent? And I looked at him, and I said, well, I mean, maybe because we are darker hue, I suppose. I don't know. And he said to me, no, when you fly at night, you know you're over Africa. because it's dark. Well, Africa may be dark to some, but it's the place where the sun is always in full bloom and hope springs eternal. So, Professor Kingsley Moghalu, thank you so much for once again articulating a prudent vision of hope that we can all lend our hands to actualize. And so now, let us get underway with some messages from our panelists. And throughout today's program, we are going to be hearing from the voices of young people with different perspectives, from different backgrounds, with different hopes and desires for their future, and their articulation of the challenges that they're facing. We are also going to hear from some panelists, some leaders in their own right, persons of note, and at the end of each of those presentations, we'll actually have a panel discussion. You cannot have a summit with the theme Elevating Youth Voices without hearing from the youth that are here today. So there will be Q&A, and there are two panels. So as PKM alluded to, Matilda Duncan, the awesome and amazing Matilda Duncan, will anchor the second panel. So it's packed. Stay tuned. And the first voice, the first person we are going to hear from is Sandra Ezekwesili, who for many of you needs no introduction, but for some of you, I can tell you that she is a journalist. She is charismatic, magnetic, passionate about living out her truth, and championing the cause of youth with a fierce urgency. So you can hear her on Nigerian media. She's the head of strategic partnerships for Nigeria Info FM, hosts a number of shows. So without further ado, please let us proceed to a voice of a young person, and then after that, you will hear from Sandra Ezekwesili.
Virginia. At the moment, I am a student at Howard University in Washington, D.C. My dream is to use innovation to build a sustainable future, especially in Africa, one that prioritizes longevity over immediate gratification. I think what frustrates me the most when I look at the potential of my country and my community is that we have been given the tools to have such a huge impact on our community. But I think where many people, especially those in my age group, have fallen short is that they tend to only follow the crowd. We only speak out when it's convenient, and we don't take the necessary steps in order to see the change we want. I think we all have a very unique part to play in the betterment of our country, whether it's through the talents that we have or our influence, but we cannot neglect the fundamental steps that will bring us closer to our goal. And that is doing our best to ensure that adequate leaders are put at the forefront of our country. Nigeria is a big country with millions of citizens. We require a leader that knows what to do with such a large capacity of people to lead us in the right direction. We have the ability to not settle for inadequate leadership, and it's our job to do what we can with the voice we have now for the future of our country and for generations to come.
I really love seeing the way Nigerian celebrities and influencers are using their platforms to draw attention to causes that they believe in and to governance. When I was growing up, musicians were the voice of social justice. Pardon the pun. You had Fela Kuti, you had the Mandators, Sonny Okosun, you had all these socially conscious artists criticizing military rule at home and things like apartheid abroad. And it's still happening today. Now, could celebrities and influencers do more? Sure. Everybody can do more. Many of us have come late to the game because growing up, the old generation told us politics was a dirty game. We saw all the corruption and dishonesty and double dealing and violence. And so a lot of young people said, it's better to stay away from this thing. Better for us to focus on our own careers instead. And that doesn't just go for artists and celebrities. That was young people in general. They chose to improve Nigeria by adding value to it, whether it was in our music or in our movies or in our journalism or in tech. Young Nigerians were conquering their corners of the country and the world. But the thing with bad governance is it will find you. It always finds you. So those young Nigerians who just wanted government to stay out of their way and let them fend for themselves and build their future suddenly found themselves the prey of government. Suddenly, software engineers and designers and product managers are being arrested by police for carrying laptops. So not only did you not create jobs for us, you're persecuting us for creating our own jobs. And of course, the influencers started to talk about this. The musicians were singing about this. The filmmakers were shooting movies about these problems. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to have these conversations and put the problem in the consciousness. We needed to take the next step and use the platforms that young people had to organize Nigerians for change. Cue NSAS. NSAS was the biggest movement for good governance in a decade. And it was sparked and fueled and encouraged by celebrities like Naira Marley and Double Macaroni and Runtown. And you also had lots of social media influencers using their online superpower offline, their online star power offline. All that organization was done online. It was influential Nigerians on the internet using the trust that they have built to get things done. NSAS disproves that myth that young Nigerians are not talking about governance and are not organizing to demand good governance. Before NSAS, the complaint was all you guys do is talk on social media, complain on social media. Well, what you call complaining, we call discourse. Discourse is central to civics. It is a central part of civics. It's what creates the consensus that leads to action. And then when young people went on the streets during NSAS, the story now changed from all you do is complain online without action to, this action is too much now. Wait until election time. But young people are saying no. Influencers are saying no. Celebrities are saying no. Musicians and actors are saying no. We won't wait until election time. Because by election time, it's too late. We're going to keep the pressure up for the whole 4-year cycle. We're going to keep the conversations loud on the internet, and we're going to keep taking action offline as well. So many younger Nigerians avoided the civic space before to keep their hands clean, but now they have seen that there is a better way to do it. There is a better way to engage the civic space that maybe the old generation doesn't understand. And so now, young people are rolling up their sleeves, getting more and more involved. People are doing the homework. Everyday celebs and influencers are reaching out to me and they're asking me to school them on something or give them context about some policy issue. Why? Because they want to do the homework before they start talking. So I think Nigerians should get ready. When it comes to politics and civics and governance, influencers are here to stay. Young Nigerians are here to stay. I am Sandra Ezekwesili, broadcaster, young Nigerian, and I am here to stay.
Thank you so very much, Sandra. We are here to stay, for sure. In honor of the great poet, Earl Simmons, more commonly known to most as the rapper DMX, he said, "We ain't going anywhere, we're right here." I know MI will appreciate what I just did there. Thank you so much, Sandra. And so the next presentation we are going to hear is from Benjamin Joseph. Benjamin Joseph is a Nollywood actor, and he began his career by, taking a role as an extra, in the movie Crossroads. So, after that, he pursued a full-time career in acting, and, he's engaged in various roles. And so before he speaks, and this will be the case throughout, we'll hear from another voice of the youth, and then it will be Benjamin Joseph.
Hi, my name is Emenikechi Kaluba. I am 28 years old. I live in Nnewi City in Anambra State. I am an entrepreneur as well as a music artist. My big dream is to be part of job creation in Nigeria and Africa, and also to sell my music across Africa and the world. The frustration has always been the system. On the part of music, there are not enough platforms projecting the huge number of entertainers and musicians the country is producing annually. And on the part of entrepreneurship, there are not enough support financially with the business policies and all that. All these are frustrating.
A social influencer or public figure, plays a major role in society. Let's first off break down who a social influencer or public figure is. First off, we have this individual who, of course, you set out on a path, it's probably in the arts or sports. Let's look at the arts first off. And the arts comprises of probably designers, actors, comedians, singers, or people who are in the business of visual storytelling, filmmakers. Those are those in the arts. And then we look at sports, those who are in an industry that is physically demanding, probably football or soccer. It depends on what part of the world you're in. But for those in Africa, it's referred to as football. Okay. And then over time, you build a following, just by virtue of what you're doing. People love what you're doing. They're probably, if you're an actor, they're looking at all your movies. You're a singer, they're constantly buying your songs. A designer, your merchandise, okay, is constantly on sale. Like they're constantly, running for your things and all of that. You eventually build a certain clout. You build a following over time. And now you become this individual that has public recognition. You become a public figure by virtue of what you build over time, okay? And then when you get to that particular point, who you are now plays a very major role in society because people listen to you. What you say influences the people. What you say influences how people view certain things, okay? You now understand now that you're an important person. So you have to be very careful what you lend your voice to or what cause you support. Because what you say ultimately influences how the people will follow that thing. Okay? So now, it's common knowledge. People feel like, public figures, social influencers and all, we see politicians take them, to support their cause and all. No. We're not political thugs. You don't set out to become an instrument or a mercenary for a politician. No. Yes, people say, look, influencers, public figures, or rather remain in this cocoon where it's all about the likes and how many people are following them. And yes, that's their bread and butter. And this has been built over time by virtue of who they are. Okay, so they're not looking to say, look, let me go. No, they don't set out to become politicians. No. Okay, yeah, some have gone into politics, fine. Maybe eventually they had a vision for that. But we set out to be this. So you have to be very careful what you say. Okay, because at the end of the day, and a lot of these politicians have seen this, those in government have seen that, okay, look, these people, they command a certain kind of, following and support from the people. So let's get there, let's enlist them, or let's kind of like recruit them to support. No, that's not what we're about. Because what happens now is, what if you go lend your voice to the wrong cause, or support the wrong group or individual, and at the end of the day, it boomerangs back into your face. It affects your brand. You probably will not have that following you had before, that even made that person or group of people come to you. Okay, so we have to be very, very careful, because understanding that once you get to that point where you become this public figure or this individual that commands this following, or you build this clout, you become a very integral part of the information network. So everything you say has to be trusted. It has to be very, 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 very particular. Like in some parts of the world, there's an empirical understanding that, public figures and influencers are beginning to play, they play a strategic role in public advocacy, because over time you understand that, look, who you're supporting as an individual, who is the endorser, what you're about, by virtue of who you are, it will translate to that political group or entity or party or whatever it is that you're supporting, because of your star power. And what is star power? It is simply influencing how the people see things, people's ideologies about things. So that star power has to be used very well. So we're not shying away from public policies and governance. No, that's not where we're not politicians. But do we use who we are as individuals, or what we've built over time, to, sensitize the people about certain things or help certain things? Yes. But making sure that whatever it is that we're supporting or sensitizing the people, whatever information we're bringing to the people, is true. Okay? Because we have to understand that we represent a community. How does that rightfully, whatever it is you're supporting, what you're lending to your voice, how does that affect your community? And your community is the people who over time you've been able to influence and pull to you. All right? So we do not shy away from public policies and governance. We are a voice for the people. So we have to be very careful what we stand for, what cause we support, what we lend our voices to, because ultimately at the end of the day, it also affects us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benjamin Joseph. That made me remember a very practical waitress who, when confronted by a very belligerent customer who was berating her because she had not yet brought more sugar for his coffee, turned to him and very calmly just said, "Well, sir, please first stir what you got." He was distracted, and she had opened up the 2 sugars she had requested and poured them into the cup of coffee. So all of us, we all bring different skills and talents to the table, and that is our unique and necessary contribution. All of us have power, all of us have influence. And so, this is a head and heart conversation that we're having today, right? We're going to learn, and we're going to purpose to become changed. But the most important thing that we can do is something, anything, and everything that we can do to be part of progress and creating the future that we want to see. And next, I never knew that one day I would have this honor. Mr. Jude Abaga, MI, doesn't know me, but I'm sure he doesn't know all his fans. A true poet coming out of Niger. You know, my godson is from Enugu, and so I had to do that because he'd be disappointed if I did not give that shout out. MI, as he is commonly known to his fans, is the CEO and founder of Task. Task is a creative community that seeks to create change through amplifying ideas. Of course, before that, Jude Abaga MI was CEO of Chocolate City Music, which broke ground. I mean, led them to a successful merger with Warner Music. So that was amazing. He is a Desmond Tutu Fellow. The man's resume and accolades go on and on and on and on and on. So MI, thank you so much for being here, and let's listen to what MI has to tell us. And again, we will have a chance for Q&A with our panelists just a little bit later in this programming.
Hello, my name is Mariam Ango. I'm 21 years old. I'm living in Abuja. I am a drop shipper and I work in a private firm. My biggest dream is to become a successful entrepreneur. What frustrates me more about this country is absence of the environment for startup businesses and entrepreneurship to thrive. No adequate capital availability, and the little one those is subject to competition with foreign products, and the attention of our government have not been on promoting that.
Hi, my name is M.I. Abaga. I'm a rapper from Nigeria. What an incredible honor to be part of this amazing event. And I love the tagline, elevating youth voices. Although technically I'm running out of time to qualify, I think technically to be called a youth, I think that the concept, what it stands for on the continent today, and how I like to redefine it, you know, for my selfish reasons, to me is about a new way of seeing Africa, reimagining Nigeria, reimagining the continent, reimagining who we are as Africans, and that anyone who stands on the side of tomorrow, of better governance, of better society, of equal opportunities for both genders, you know, across genders, is on the side of youth. We know what the demographics are. We know how Africa is going to be the continent that has the most young people going forward, and what that's going to mean. We know about the grave concerns that we have on the continent. When we think about parts of the continent where poverty is rising, the lack of infrastructure, gender-based violence, issues around women and children. I mean, there's a lot to do, and it's within this context that when I got an invitation to speak at this great forum, that I had a couple of thoughts about what our role is, and I've been lucky to have a platform to be considered an influential African, and I would put it down to three things that I wanted to share with people: to listen, to learn, and to leverage. And to listen, it means that we operate in a world of social media now where we're constantly, inundated with information from all over the world. And it's so easy sometimes to just try to glaze over these topics and ignore, conversations that are happening. But when you see that post and when you see, that issue that's out there, and it's so much easier to just go to something that's entertainment. It's very important as influential Africans, as young people that have influence and have a platform, to start to listen and to pay attention and to know what's actually going on. The second thing is about learning. For me, learning speaks to arming ourselves with the information so that we can make better quality decisions on where we stand. It amuses me in Nigeria when people talk about politics, and this will happen a lot of times, where people will shame like the young youthful party. They'll be like, oh, you can't win an election that way, or whatever, the political system doesn't work that way. And we'll sort of celebrate the idea that people are worthy of being voted because they understand the electoral process. And it always blows my mind, because I'm like, just because someone knows how to play the election game doesn't mean they're going to be good for us. And then I started to like really learn about the political process and how it happens, and why the political parties that are in power today, the big ones, why they're so effective at doing what they're doing. And formerly, when I would see a tweet about these other, the younger parties, I would just laugh. And today I can see how the ignorance of not understanding the context of how elections are won within our country and maybe the continent, how that affects the quality of people that we have at the top. And so that's really, really important that young people start to learn. But the most important part of this is about leveraging. It's about using our platforms for change. We are sort of, especially in the entertainment sector, we are sort of brought up to expect immediate value and to operate it transactionally, with our platforms. Unfortunately, in more structured ecosystems, we can get away with that. But on the continent today, it's imperative that we build the ecosystem that we can thrive in, and that other people that are younger now or still going to be born can benefit from. And that means that we cannot afford to not use our platforms, for change, to amplify causes and ideas and situations that would drive to change. And so coming off the back of, the NSARS protest last year that left me so proud of our young people and where we are, I think it's very important for every young person to understand that we need to stay woke. We need to stay listening. We need to stay learning. We need to educate ourselves and arm ourselves with information. When people talk about feminism and women's issues, it's not about cooking and, family dynamics alone. It's about, how many female DPOs are there, in our country. And DPOs is like the highest police position in every police post. And so if a woman has an issue and she runs to a police station and it's only men that are there, how much justice can she receive? And it's within, and then also leveraging, using our platforms for change. I'm still learning, I'm still listening, I'm still leveraging every day. And I hope that, with everyone here, that we can commit to doing, in our own way, one of these three, so that we can make our continent a better place, we can make our countries a better place, and we can have together a brighter future and elevate youth voices together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you so much, MI. Really challenged me. Your thoughts, your words brought a lot of thoughts of, okay, how do I do that? How do I make it better? And, we're talking about social media, influencers, and governance. One of the movements that's been birthed was the Me Too movement that sought to highlight, survivors of sexual assault and other similar issues. So the thought of, can a woman run into the police station and they're not finding anyone of her gender truly get justice? That's really profound. It's really profound. A challenge to all of us men. The other thing is, Emma, when you exhorted us to learning, it reminded me of a quote I read somewhere where it said something about challenging the status quo. It takes commitment, it takes courage, it takes imagination, and above all, dedication to learning. Very true words there. And we'll be able to engage further with MI, with Sandra Ezekwesili, and all the other panelists a little bit later today, so that we can get as many voices as possible and ask a cross-section of similar questions. Humbly request that you put your questions in writing in the chat. We have chat moderators across all platforms. And we will be curating those questions so we can ask as many of the questioning themes as are out there. Next is another amazing woman, Regina Askia William, a health activist, so shared interest and professions there, Regina, with me. Of course, many of you may be even more familiar with her work in Nollywood as well. So Regina Askia William is a primary care nurse practitioner, a health activist, TV personality, public speaker. And so she's also a vice president of a UN recognized nonprofit organization. And so Regina will anchor us in a broad view, some historical context of where we've come from and what the breadth of our capacity will be. And being a person experienced with media matters in Nigeria, of course, most importantly for this conversation, that perspective as well. So without further ado, let's hear from Regina.
Hi, my name is Tiola Debede. I am 23 years old. I currently live in Lagos. I am currently working as an asset surveillance engineer for Rensource Energy, and my dream will be to work more in the energy sector and evolve power generation as a whole in the country. And one thing that frustrates me the most when I look at this is that we have so much potential as a country, so much untapped power sources, and how we are not properly utilizing what we have.
Welcome to Elevating Youth Voices, put together by the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation. My name is Regina Askia Williams, and it is a pleasure to be with you. We are talking about the creative industry, social media, and governance. What is a creative industry? The creative industry would encompass individually generated talents that have the potential for job creation and wealth creation, okay? This industry is driven by innovation because people are motivated to find a way to hone their skills, develop their talents in such a way that these talents are then marketed to a wide audience of people. And in doing so, the marketer improves his or her own personal economy. And when a group of people come together and do this, it translates into a creative industry with its own creative economy, which can definitely drive sustainable growth in any society. So some of those talents that would fall under the creative industry would be like painting, dancing, drama, cultural dances, acting. Nollywood definitely falls under the creative industry. Script writing, anything that you could get intellectual property rights on. Without social media, the creative industry had a limited reach, in that it was able to reach out to just members of the immediate community. But with social media, it was able to expand its reach to an ever-growing virtual audience, bigger opportunities to get seen, bigger opportunities, to make sales. Let us, at this point, look at social media, okay? All right. So now let's jump to social media. What is social media? Social media covers websites and applications that allow users to create contents and share messages to, once again, a wide audience of people, this time virtually. Big brands collaborate with micro-influencers and niche bloggers with messages targeted to reach the ever-expanding virtual audience that are recorded in the number of followers that these influencers have. Okay, the messages they hope will induce buying behavior and product loyalty or consumer loyalty. All right. The influencers create interesting contents that will hold the interest of their viewing audience. Okay, they do that through how-to videos, product demonstration videos, or through photo stories, okay? And the monetization process is when the influencer gets paid by the brand according to the number of sales or according to the number of people they have been able to reach. The critical currencies here include ability to capture attention, grow the viewership and audience, and also influence buying behavior or product patronage. As technology grows and access to electronic media grows, the audience, the virtual audience of social media will expand exponentially. And so messages will have an ever expanding target audience to reach out to. It is estimated that Nigeria has an upwards of 200 million people and counting. All right. And in sub-Saharan Africa, that's the whole West Africa, there is like 475 million mobile internet users. All right. And then it's also been estimated that 25 million more subscribers will join this population by the year 2025. And Nigeria earns about $134 million daily from social media used by its citizens. All right. So now we have seen the vast reach of social media. We have seen the potential for the audience to continue to expand exponentially. And now we have seen the income earned by the country on the daily basis by social media use. Now that is powerful. The impact and power of social media was very well demonstrated in the recently concluded NSAS movement in Nigeria. All right, let's just examine the process of the NSAS movement and see how the power of social media brought to bear on the success or failure of that movement, so to speak. In this way, we'll be able to appreciate how social media could be used as a tool to influence changes in governance and also as a tool for social reform. In the recently concluded NSAS movement, young Nigerians who were sick of police brutality as inflicted by the Special Anti-Robbery Squad organized and ran campaigns on and offline, rallied and mobilized thousands of people in waves of protest across the country. The hashtag of EndSARS yielded 28 million tweets over one weekend.
Thank you, Regina Askia Williams. Thank you for that broad overview of where we have come from, where we are today. And yes, we are actually now going to be proceeding into a panelist conversation with each of the panelists that you've seen. Once again, just going to repeat, please put your questions in the chat, in the comments section, depending on whatever platform you're on. We do have moderators who are taking those questions and will direct them over to us so that we can have an overview of as many questions as we can. We're trying to capture as many themes as possible. And so with that, I will ask the control room, as it were, the virtual control room, if you could queue up all the panelists. Let's bring up their videos, and so that we can begin the panelist conversation. As they're doing that, I will just say this. What I'll do is I'll ask each panelist to give us, in a minute or less, just their reaction to today, any further reflections before I start to ask some questions. Some questions will be directed to an individual panelist. Some questions will be cross-cutting. And of course, panelists, you all are leaders in your own right, so please feel free to contribute to any question. So right now, I'll ask Regina Askia Williams, Jude Abaga, Sandra Ezekwesili, could you please unmute yourselves and turn your videos on? I see you, Sandra, looking radiantly usual. All right. I do need, if you're not, you can't be on two devices at the same time. So before you unmute, make sure you only have one sound input source. Fantastic. Regina Askia Williams is in the building, everybody. Welcome, Regina.
Thank you.
All right. Still holding for MI.
Yeah, I need a control tower to free me.
Come on, yo. We need MI in the building. So please, if you can assist MI so that his video comes on. While they're doing that, Sandra, we showed your presentation first. Yes. So I'm going to ask you, I'm sure since you created that presentation and you've been here with us today, what are some initial thoughts or reactions that you may have? Anything you'd like to share right now that you're live?
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you to Dr. Moghalu for inviting me onto this to be a speaker here. I'm super exciting to be here with MI. Hi again. And Regina, oh my God, I grew up watching your movies, so it's such an honor to be on the same platform as Regina Askia, like my goodness. So this is great. I think this is fantastic. And I think that off of EndSARS, this is what we need to be doing. And we need to also figure out how to take these conversations down to the grassroots, because at the end of the day,
it's not those of us who have internet access or those of us who know how to work Zoom that these messages are for. The problem has always been how to translate the things that we talk about here, the ideas that we share at things such as this, how to translate them into action for people who are not as privileged as the people who are in the room today. So I do like some of the things that MI talked about. I love some of the things that Regina talked about, and Dr. Moghalu as well. And I'm looking forward to a very robust conversation.
As we are too. Thank you, Sandra. We're going to keep the ladies first. All right. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go to Regina first. Regina Skia Williams, you have such a breadth of life experience, professional experience. Care to share some thoughts of what you've been reflecting on during this live event, as well as since you prepared your remarks?
All right, thank you for having me. It's an honor, and I'm so proud to see Nigeria's young people so interested in the political process, because this all leads, to helping us understand our role in, executing our civic responsibilities and honoring our civic duties to our to the nation and to the populace also. All right, so the conversation is about creative industry, social media, and governance, right? And I'm happy that this is going on, because it's critical that we get as many young people involved in this process as possible. Somebody made a comment that they say the youth is the future of any nation. But then again, since she was small, she's been hearing this. Now she's 22 and she has babies. The people who said this to her are still up there in power, and nobody is hearing her voice. Nobody is listening to her. Nobody is giving her a place at the table. So my hope is that this conversation will help us carve a position at the table for the young people, so their voices can be heard when it comes to making policies that impact directly on everything that they do, even their own existence, how they live in their communities, and all that. So I look forward to a healthy discussion from many angles, across many themes and topics. And at this point, I'd like to welcome all my followers from Facebook. I see you. Thank you for joining me. I look forward to your questions, your comments, and I'll be reading them out and sharing them with the public as we go. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Regina. Thank you for being here. M.I., Jovi can tell you, man, I'm a fan, bro. So good to see you here. Just want to hear some of your thoughts, what you've been reflecting on since creating your presentation and even just being here. And then also just wanted you to touch on what can we as men do to truly be the protectors, the supporters, the pillars for our sisters, our women. So please, Jude, over to you, sir.
Yeah, such an honor to be here. Thank you, everyone. Sandra, thank you for your kind words. Andrew, too. That intro was quite something. And the legend, Madam Regina, so nice. It's nice to meet you. I grew up, and we presently now exist in the industry that, people like yourself built, and we're grateful for that. This is an important conversation. I do like the little bit that you left there, Andrew, at the end about supporting our sisters and protecting. I like to think that we can sort of reframe it into saying we want to be co-partners in building a better society for everyone, right? I think sometimes that when the narrative is around, protecting and covering, it still puts men in a position of, like the problem solver. And what we need to do is to maybe sometimes step aside and listen. I mean, those are those things I was saying. But in the broader context, it's really about us looking back at where we're coming from as an African people and realizing that we are not in an optimal position and we need to be doing better. And listening, having these conversations, making sure that we can start to have a conversation as Nigerians, as Africans, about a better tomorrow, to create a vision.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you, MI. Professor Kingsley Moghalu, I see you here. If you could give us your initial reaction to the event thus far, and then we have questions loading. I'm seeing a lot of questions here, so I will try to articulate them as clearly and slowly as possible. And then if a reaction is requested directly from a particular panelist, I will do that. Otherwise, it will be equal opportunity. So PKM, any initial reaction, sir?
Well, thank you. I'm so thrilled with what I'm hearing from our young people. I think the comments so far from everyone that has spoken show that they understand what needs to be done, and yet, for example, when Joseph Benjamin understood the responsibility of the stars or the influencers, but yet realistically noting that they have to be careful to whom they lend their voice or what they lend their voice to. And then MI saying, look, we can't afford not to engage with our voices. So I think between those two powerful statements, we find the balance to move forward in a responsible manner. And what MI was saying about just the fact that somebody knows how to win elections doesn't mean that he or she is good for us. It's a very powerful statement, and it addresses the problem of Nigerian democracy in a very direct way, because a lot of us do not take time to reflect on the difference between politics and governance. And then we have sometimes a mentality of wanting to go with winners, quote unquote. So we vote for those we think will win, not for those we know in our heart should win. And so when we vote on a bandwagon, we don't necessarily get good governance. So this conversation is really moving in a very powerful direction. And Sandra said, we will always be here. Regina represents, Nollywood in its first incarnation. And the fact that she's still active, now more in the area of public policy directly. So she brings a perspective of, I've been there, I've done that. And now I recognize that we have a role to play in moving our country forward. So I'm really, really loving this conversation. And it's a conversation for our young people. I've introduced it, I've convened it, and I just want to hang back and learn from you. I'm used to speaking a lot, and don't ever make the mistake of giving a professor or a pastor or a politician a microphone. So I have to discipline myself and let the people who are here to speak. So thank you all. I'm really loving this. Thanks. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, PKM. All right, now for some of our questions. The first question is actually directed to you, Sandra Ezekwesili, and Jude Abaga. MI. The question is this: how can youth be steered towards active participation in politics, particularly with regards to voting, right? So how can youth be steered to active participation in politics, particularly with regards to voting? How can the discussions be more meaningful, right? How can with more realistic expectations? And then there seems to be such an obsession with the narrative as opposed to what is actually on the ground, grassroots. So kind of saying, how can youth really see a path to actualizing and therefore being engaged and contribute to votes and even shape the agenda politically? Sandra, would you like to go?
Should I go first and then MI?
Sure, Sandra.
Okay, so I host a radio show It's called Hard Facts. It's on every weekday, 3 to 7. I say that because I have front row seat at how Nigerian youth interact with politics. And so I think it is a bit uninformed to say that Nigerian youth are not aware of politics, do not want to engage with politics, are not aware that they should be out there voting. But they are also very realistic with what the realities are. They're very realistic about the realities. So they know that when they go out to vote on election day, there are people who will literally whoop them with glass and bottles and knives. They know that. And so because of that, they're like, why should I put myself at risk to endure this? And then you also have the number of young people who know that they should go out to vote, who know that they should not collect money and sell their vote, but will collect it anyway because they're hungry. Like Professor Moghalu said when this conversation started, 33% of Nigerian youth are unemployed. I'm sorry, you're not going to meet a young person who's unemployed and say to them, aspire to greatness, when somebody else is coming to them and saying, I have this 5,000 naira, put your thumb here. If you vote here right now, you're going to take this 5,000 naira from me. So we can speak all the grammar that we want to speak, but we have that actual problem and we need to find a way to solve for that problem. Now, this will be unpopular, but I would suggest something that started happening after the NSAS protests. So a number of young people came together, started donating money amongst themselves and started to actually feed the people. So they have multiple food drives going on in different parts of Lagos, at least I know about Lagos. So they're going about in different parts of Lagos, free food, people come and eat, people come and eat. When people are, there's a reason our people say that a hungry man is an angry man. You know, there's also a reason they tell you that if they're fed, they're better able to listen to what you have to say. So perhaps do things like that. It's crass, it shouldn't be happening, but we have to deal with the reality of the times. And the reality is you need to feed the people if you're going to get the people to listen to you about voting for you. That's the level where our politics is still at. It hasn't revolved yet, it hasn't evolved yet. And if we hope to get it to the point where it evolves, by electing the kind of people we want in office so that they do the kind of politics that we would prefer as the elite, as the educated, we need to play the way those who are currently playing are playing. Now, I'm not saying go and buy votes. I'm not saying go and bribe people. But Boris Johnson was out delivering milk to houses in the UK for a reason.
Okay.
Okay. That's you threw a real challenge out there. Jude, am I?
Yeah. I mean, there's not, as Sandra has covered a big part of, I think, what I would agree with. I think one of two things I'll add is, first of all, yesterday I heard someone describe the problem of Nigeria as a wicked problem. And the definition of a wicked problem that I like to share with people is a problem that isn't linear. So it doesn't, when you change one thing, it doesn't act in a linear fashion and get solved immediately. It continues to adapt and change itself. And Nigeria, and especially its political processes and elections, are a wicked problem. You know, if you try to delve into it, you'll get all sorts of responses, and you try to change one thing, maybe you work on INEC, and that creates a new reality here, and the political parties over here do something. But I can say to the young people that are here, to young people that are educated, and young people that are at least, you know, outside of poverty, that one of the things we must know is that we cannot act by the same values that people that don't have the same privilege and information as we do have. So one of the things that breaks my heart is, as election, you see people of despair. Oh, this is not going to work. This is not going to. It doesn't matter. In any great battle, in any great challenge, when success is achieved, you will look back and you will see that there were times when there will be a small group of people that will be breadcrumbing the path to success, and what I want to charge all of us that are here is that we need to be responsible for what we do, what we say with our platforms going forward. You may not be able to speak to everyone, you may not be able to convince everyone, but you have the responsibility to vote smarter. If you know that a candidate is not going to be right for your country, for your state, for your constituency, you have a moral responsibility not to vote for them, not to take that money. And you may be able to look at the country and understand why other people do it, but that to do that, and then use your platform to speak authority. I mean, I was talking yesterday about some of the most embarrassing moments that we've had in the country where at one point, I think it's the EFCC chairman that was talking about something about the internet or something. I can't really remember off the top of my head. And you can see that our country is endemic with gross incompetence, the kind of stark incompetence that is shocking to see. Anywhere we see incompetence, anywhere we see people that are just getting into office, are just running for an election because they are part of a political structure, they're part of what the prof calls the, I want to say the right way, what's the word? The
bandwagon to nowhere.
Bandwagon to nowhere. We, as the more educated, the more responsible young Nigerians, have moral authority to make our stand, to try and influence the people that we can. And
okay. We lost you just briefly there at the end, MI, but I think we got the gist of your comments. Thank you for your very thoughtful responses, both to you and Sandra. I'm going to ask this to first Regina, and then PKM, you can weigh in if you would like. I'm going to combine two questions. Ronke asks, do you think our country is capable of allowing the youth to be involved in decision-making, right? And then let me add to that. So do you think Nigeria is capable of allowing the youth to be involved in the decision-making? And then I hope I pronounce his name correctly. And if I don't, please know I'm doing the best that I possibly can. Ofe Akpejiori Ame asks, what is really the way forward for youth, right? Because right now it seems like the best alternative is to leave the shores of Nigeria or Africa. So really, give us an alternative. So can we be really involved? How can we be involved? There's even a question of permission, allowed to, and then a question of, isn't it really the best thing to just depart the Nigerian shores of Africa? Regina, over to you.
Thank you very much for that question. It's very sad that a human being will be asking if they would be allowed to have a say in something that totally impacts their life, totally impacts their survival. So my answer to that is, if you are not being allowed, if you're not being given a space at the table, bring your own damn table. Bring your own damn table and create your own menu, okay? So I would like to say to the young people in Nigeria listening now, my outreach or my hope is that this outreach is not only for people living in the cities and the towns. This outreach should be able to get to the people in the hinterlands, in the communities, and in the grassroots. How will we do that? Like Sandra was asking, how will we do that? Now, it is said, feed a man a day, and that's it. But teach a man to feed himself and he's okay for the rest of his life. So how about the young people of Nigeria? Even if it means harvesting cassava and selling, doing something to get a little money in your pocket so that, listen to this, so that you'll be able to get at least a phone that will connect you to the rest of the world. Because when you have a phone, you are able to put yourself out there. You're able to put your business out there. You're able to market yourself to a wider platform, and most importantly, you're able to play a part in governance or in having a say in anything that has to do with you. And when the time comes for mobilization, when the time comes to, join a movement, you are able to also receive those directives and participate in that movement. So right now, the first thing, get something or get some kind of employment that will put a little money in your pocket, that will give you a phone so that you can get on the internet and open yourself to the world. Why am I saying that? This social media has opened the world up so much that every person that is able to get on there with some kind of talent, right, is able to improve his or her personal economy in some way. Somebody will see your produce and come and buy. Somebody will feel motivated with your message and join you. Somebody will follow you for some reason, right? And then like ideas grow exponentially. So it's very important to have money in your pocket, enough to first eat, and then buy a phone to expose yourself to the world, okay? So now, when we are sending messages, when we're teaching about governance, when we are trying to get people informed, we can reach the people at the grassroots with our message, right? And the internet can help you improve your personal economy. Like I said, it's very important to me. It's very, very critical to me that everybody is involved in the political process of Nigeria, that everybody's voice is heard somehow, somewhere, right? That if you are not being allowed to be at the table, join a movement, join a group of people that will help you put your voice across. And the next people in your community, this is why I always preach community, your local government chairman, the people at the head of important offices in your community are the people you should hold responsible for schools, for clinics, and getting your voice heard in your own community. So please, I would advise Nigeria's young people, bring yourself to the table, bring your chair, make a space for yourself. Don't wait to be allowed, because they will not allow you. Do something. Desperate situations demand desperate solutions. Do something to get yourself out there. It is time to take our country back. It is time to take our power back. Consider anything you can do to make sure that happens for you. Thank you.
Okay, that was a challenge. It always said, you has the problem, has the responsibility to contribute to solution. Okay, so therefore, PKM, I'm going to adjust the question for you just a little bit. And that is to ask the question, well, what role or responsibility does society have? Do institutions have? Because I can remember debates I had with my father when I was younger. And I said, but Dad, we found this mess here. We live in the world that your generation created. And it's an affliction on my potential and forward progress. So let's talk about partnership between older generation, younger generation, the role of the responsibility that organizations, institutions have towards young people, and how young people can articulate in a manner that can create attention and maybe access and resources. Over to you, PKM.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, and thanks to everybody else who has chimed in. First, I'd like to say to the question about whether the youth need permission, please, 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 let us kill this mentality that young people need the permission of older people to engage in politics, in public policy, in governance. This mentality exists not by accident. It is deliberately created by some people who want to hold young people down so that they can eat your future. And so it's your responsibility as a matter of survival not to allow them. They've had their time when you were 10 years old. Now you're 30 years old and you should be having your time. They still want to have your time. And if you don't take care, they will have the time of your children too, 2023, 2027, they still want to be in the game. So the point I'm trying to make is this. If you are not at the table, you are on the menu.
Yes.
If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. That's what young people need to understand. You don't need anybody's permission. You need to take the bull by the horns and create this future of more skills, more jobs, and now I'm talking about alternatives, an industrial economy that is combined with the internet economy that we have today to create skills and jobs.
Absolutely.
Now, but there's only one way to get to this future that is good for the youth. In a democracy, go east, go west, go south, go north. There is only one way through which you can change your future and change the destiny of the society, and that is at the ballot box. So if you give yourself any excuse why you will not vote, you are allowing other people to eat your future. Because it's the leadership that you elect and whether that leader is competent or not to manage the economy that will determine whether jobs are created or whether unemployment is as high as it is today in Nigeria. Government does not create jobs. The government creates the environment where the private sector can create jobs. Let's understand this. Anybody who thinks the government is going to create jobs for 40 million people, how, where? It is to create an enabling environment. And the only way you can get that enabling environment is to put into political power the people who have the vision and the competence to create that enabling environment. There is no other way out. But we will do everything we can as individuals. I do not blame the young people who say they want to emigrate to Canada or to wherever. If you have no opportunity, I cannot blame you for seeking your own survival. Mm-hmm. But there are many opportunities here in our own country that I think young people may not be exploring fully. And as Regina indicated, the internet and cyberspace creates a lot of economic opportunities. First, to learn, what are you doing with all the data you buy? You can use it to acquire some skills online and market those skills. But if you're using that data, looking to catch cruise, as they say, or you know, whatever use of your time that is not empowering you with the skills to create a better future for yourself, then you're not making use of your time very well. Now, let me just close by saying that very soon I will be announcing the role of institutions that Andrew mentioned. This summit is one example, my own humble contribution, the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation, which is a think tank. You know, we are making our own contribution by creating this platform for young people to discuss the way forward. And I will also be announcing some further initiatives in the very near future that will be creating opportunities for young people in Nigeria, just as an individual, you know, until we get that government that should do that job. Thank you.
Thank you, PKM. Thank you very much. Now, I am going to open up to a more general question, and that is, young people want to know, how do we overcome this governance challenge that is perennial, it's evergreen, it feels like it's everlasting in not just Nigeria, but in Africa? Can you give us some tangible, actionable solutions or paths to discovery of solutions for this governance challenge? Sandra, I'll start with you, but round robin really. And we have a lot more questions, so I'm going to ask us to be as concise as we can. Sandra, over to you.
I don't think that we're disobedient enough. NSAS was fantastic, but it took too long for NSAS to happen, and more NSAS needs to happen. Take a look at what's happening in Myanmar. It's been happening for months now. You know, in Myanmar, they voted in a democratically elected president or prime minister.
And the military didn't like it, and the military overthrew her and locked her up. And young people in Myanmar said no, and they've been protesting. The military has killed several of them. The military has killed at least 300, as at the last time that we were counting. And somehow the young people in Myanmar continue to say to themselves, we have to keep going out, we have to keep going out, we have to get the country that we deserve. We are not a very protest and die people in Nigeria, but the path to good governance for Nigeria and Africa lies in the protest. We like to look at NSAS and think of how it ended abruptly with the death of Nigerians who were protesting at Lekki Toll Gate, and the day after in different parts of Lagos and Nigeria as well. But that protest shook the establishment to its core. That protest is the reason why there's a lot of clampdown on the digital economy, because digital economy is lifting a lot of young Nigerians out of poverty, converting a lot of young Nigerians into people who could be part of the 1%. So that, as a result of that protest, instead of giving young Nigerians a path to an end to police brutality, they are clipping the wings of more and more young people. That tells you that the protests are effective. Now, I have to say very quickly that elections are not free and fair in Nigeria. A lot of the elections are written before the results are called. A lot of the elections are stolen. So if to get to the point where elections actually matter, we need to amend the Electoral Act. To amend the Electoral Act, you need the people who are currently making laws for you in the House, in the Senate, to get off their ass and do something about those. The only way to get them to get off their ass is to get on the streets, stay disobedient. We're not disobedient enough as young people, as old people, and that's because when you're out on the street, your parents are calling you, oh, Sandra, I don't want you to die, come back home, you're my only eye. And that's fine, but we need to get to the point where we realize that we have to get this by blood. It's like Regina said, you take your table you take your own table to the meeting, right? If they don't make a space for you, take your own table there. And the way to take your own table there is to be loud and to be proud and to be disruptive. Of course, we're not saying destroy property, we're not saying be unlawful, but there is a way to get the demands that you want by staying on the streets for as long as it is possible. NSAS has shown us that it is possible.
Sandra, I just love how you speak your truth without apology. You're actually in good company there. The great Martin Luther King Jr. said, protest and riot is the voice of the unheard. And then, the late Congressman John Lewis said, don't be afraid to get into good trouble. And that's what you were extolling us to do, trouble that is the birth pains of a better future and a better country. I'll add to just one question, and then Regina and Kingsley, you can Moghalu, you can chime in. But it's okay if that's a path. There's a question of, do you really think there is hope for youth to be part of leadership? Because we're acknowledging the clamping down that we're trying to see here. So how can youth be part of change? What are some of the pathways? Do you really think they can? And then what are some solutions to the heavy hand that's coming down as they try to bring their table, Regina, to the place that doesn't have a table for them? So Regina, I don't know if you'd like to weigh in.
Okay, so I want to say thank you to Sandra for her beautiful comments right there. Somebody commented, Regina, how can you tell us to get a job and buy phones when there's no electricity to charge the phones? How are we going to be a part of that movement when, okay. So during the NSAS movement, right, somebody innovated solar power where the protesters could go and charge their phones, right? Now, somebody who has a phone in the village can do the same thing, and people in the village, people in that community can charge their phones and be a part of a movement, all right? Now, about clamping down, it's only when we understand why NSAS did not work that we'll be able to understand pitfalls to avoid moving forward. Because like Sandra said, if many of us are disobedient, if many of us are disruptive, if we can keep it on, then we will definitely make an impact. To be able to do that, we have to have an on-ground and an online structure, right? The on-ground structure will serve to sustain pressure on the government that our demands are met, while the online structure will involve the diaspora and the whole world who seek to support the cause. So if we can get as many people, you know, from the villages, from the hinterlands, and everybody to join in the movement, like another NSAS movement, and then make sure that we have an on-ground system that will sustain the movement. I mean, the online movement will fritter out if it does not have a support structure on ground to sustain the pressure to get to the answers that we seek. So we have to figure those two directions out before we embark again on another kind of NSAS process or another type of disruptive process, if we want to get real answers to the, you know, to the push, to the objectives we seek. So this is a way that we can once again get our voices out, disrupt the system, and get the changes that we are hoping for.
PKM, I'm going to come to you, but I'm going to adjust because I need Sandra to react, and maybe Regina will have a comment there, and then I'll adjust a question, and then I'll come to you, PKM. There's a question that's come in that said, so is the path for youth to join an existing political party, and they're very suspicious about that, or create their own? So you're saying bring a table, and PKM has said, you know, it's very important to actualize your interests at the ballot box. And so if they want to be part of leadership, you know, bring your table to where, you know? So what's your theory of change, political change, Sandra? Plus, I know you had something else to say.
Yeah. So I've forgotten what I want to say because I was listening to your question. But yeah, so there are several paths. The youth can decide to join existing parties. The people who are in current political parties are not up to 200,000. Nigerian youth make up 63% of the population. People are wondering why COVID-19 did not hit us. It is because we are a very young country. 63%, that's young people. And the political parties we currently have do not up to, I'm talking about the major ones now. I'm talking about PDP, APC. They don't even have up to 200,000 membership. So that means there are millions and millions of young people who could get into these existing parties. If you don't like them, if you say, oh, we don't like what they stand for, they don't stand for anything that we can identify with, there are several other parties that you can join, and you can also start your own party. I'll give you an example again from my show, because like I said, my show provides me front row seat. It has more than 2 million listeners in Lagos alone. Now, I got a young man who called me several times. His name is Ruben. Ruben told me he started a youth party, and they already have meetings every Sunday. And the youth party is going door to door every day in their neighborhood, telling people about their party, contributing. They have an ESCO and everything. And their goal is to start small. So their target is to get a councillor elected. They'll already have candidates for that. Get a councillor elected, then get local government chairman elected, then get perhaps House of Assembly members elected. So I see that young man, and I see the young women he's working with, and I see the young people that they're all working with, having meetings every Sunday where they talk about issues, have their plan, draw it out, etc., etc. And that says to me, well, this is a young person who's actually already doing something, who's already built his own table. And who knows where that could go? So I want to repeat that young people are getting involved politically. NSAS was a turning point. I have to come back to a point I made very early about food and why it's important. Do you know why NSAS lasted as long as it did? Because people were getting fed on the protest ground. So you don't have an excuse of I'm hungry anymore because people have provided food for you. You don't have an excuse of I'm thirsty because people have provided water. You don't have an excuse of police has lifted me and arrested me. There were lawyers on the ground who would come after you to wherever you were locked away at and bail you out. So all the other problems that protests in the past used to have, young Nigerians, I have to repeat, young Nigerians solved for those problems by organizing online and offline. So they're already doing what Regina said. Then back to that question about political parties. How do we create our own table? You either join the political parties that currently exist in your numbers. They don't have enough numbers. You get in there, you overtake it. Now, it's not easy because they are hiding their political party cards from you. They don't give you a card. If you don't have a card, you can't vote during primaries because you're not a delegate. The only way you're a party member is you will have the party cards. You have the party cards, you can vote during primaries. Voting during primaries means that you can choose who actually runs for office, who becomes the party flag bearer in those political parties. So if the major parties are not doing it for you, go and join a new party, go and create a new party. Get your numbers up. If you have your numbers up, if you build a structure for yourself, you become a force to be reckoned with. And that's how it's done.
All right.
You know, I know, Regina, you want to jump in, and PKM, we have not forgotten about you. We're coming to you in a moment.
Oh, that's fine.
Right. To what you said, Sandra, I mean, it's true. It only takes a spark to get a fire going, but soon all those around come warm to its glowing. I lived through that. A lot of people think that in retrospect, having a Black man with the name Barack Hussein Obama in America elected, there's all kinds of reasons why. I can assure you, at the outset, it seemed unlikely prospect, and there were a lot of challenges. You know, the polls were not in his favor, etc. But to your point about everybody bringing what they can, there are people who donated just empty rooms in their homes to house campaign staffers, right? Just that. Never said a mumbling word. You will never see them written in any history book, but they donated empty spaces in their homes, and that allowed people who were volunteering to spread out all over the country and help keep that fire going. So there's no limit. We're talking about the creative industry here. There's no limit to our creativity and our ingenuity. The architect of Obama's field strategy is a gentleman known as Marshall Gans, and he wrote a book called Why David Sometimes Wins, right? The army of Israel and the Philistine army had a standoff, and the big Goliath is there. People saw the professional soldiers saw an insurmountable challenge, but David, the shepherd boy, saw a big target, you know, and a pebble and a slingshot became game shot. So creativity, resourcefulness, everyone bringing what it is that they can contribute. Resources are not just money. Thank you so much for actualizing that, Sandra, in the Nigerian context. Regina, I know you wanted to jump in, so let's have your comments, and then PKM, I will ask you a specific question, sir. So Regina.
Okay, so thank you, Sandra, and thank you, Andrew. And one question we all must ask ourselves is, how important is this to us? How important is the survival of Nigeria to the young people of Nigeria? When you give an honest answer to that question, then your value will change, your values will change. Then you will recognize that you should not take 1,000 Naira today and mortgage your future. Then you will understand that it is critical that you become a part of that process and replicate that process in your immediate community. How important is the survival of us as a people? How important is that to us? How patriotic are we? How much do we love Nigeria? Are we ready for this? Are we ready for this? When we answer that question, then we can move forward. All right. So changing our values, being more patriotic is another thing we should consider when we bring ourselves to the point of wanting to be a part of this movement. Secondly, Professor talked about the ballot. Now, a Nigerian invented Africa's answer to Bitcoin. He invented the Odua currency. He used blockchain technology to invent that currency. How is it that nobody can invent or can use the blockchain technology to protect our votes? Because without our votes, we really cannot do anything. We can't move forward. So our votes have to be protected in a way that they'll be counted and be fairly, tallied up, so that everybody will not go out in this movement, go out and vote, and then somebody stays on top and writes down the name of the candidate they want. So we have to invent a way, innovate a way, because this is a big problem to which we must find a solution. We have to find a way to protect our vote. Finally, I would like to implore that we agitate for diaspora votes to be counted. Are we not Nigerians? Do we not contribute a major part do we not contribute a major part to the economy through the remissions we send home? Every community in Nigeria has family or friends living outside in the diaspora. And as is our culture, we always send money home. All right, we always help our families, our communities by sending something home. We are part and parcel of the Nigerian citizenry. So our voices should be heard. Denying us our votes means that you deny us our, rights of citizenship, so to speak. So in what way can we agitate for the diaspora votes to count for something? And we have to do this before 2023 because we matter too. So this is how we bring ourselves to the table as well. All right.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, some profound thoughts there. Blockchain, leverage that, innovate so that we move from selections to actual elections.
Exactly. Thank you.
That's quite the notion, and actually it's a tangible, actual, available solution. So PKM, I'm going to ask you the final question as I round out the question and answer period. Please note that conversation will continue via social media. If you have not registered, please go to the website so that we can find a way to reach you and continue this conversation and join the movement. I will ask our chat moderators to please, on all platforms, drop a link to the website, as well as all the social media handles that we will be doing this. This will be replayed on YouTube once we finish the session. And keep in mind, the great, awesome Matilda Duncan is coming with another group of panelists right after this. So PKM, the question for you is, what do you believe? What do you think? Your considered opinion, sir. What is your considered opinion about the most urgent need and priority for the transformational change that Nigeria needs today, to put it on a trajectory for sustainable, democratic, political development?
Let me answer that question in 2 sentences.
Okay.
The first transformation, the most important need is competent and visionary leadership. Check China, check Brazil, check Rwanda, check many of the countries in Asia. It was the vision and the capacity of the leaders that drove their transformation. We must have leaders who are obsessed about development. All we have in Nigeria today are politicians who are obsessed about power and money for their own stomach. But for this leadership to emerge, every coin has 2 sides. Leaders do not emerge of their own. It doesn't matter how visionary they are in a democratic process. The people, the followers, have a role to play. So when we talk about the leadership problem, which we talk about 80% of the time, but we don't talk enough about the followership problem in Nigeria. The mental slavery into which the political class has put Nigerians to make them make the wrong choices. I will vote for who will win. This party is going to win, so I don't want to waste my vote voting for this man or this woman, even though I know he or she is right, but I don't want to waste my vote. They don't understand that your vote can create the future you want. So the followership is a big issue. The mindset of Nigerians needs to be reawakened, re-educated. And some of us, this platform is part of the efforts that, we are all making towards this, to re-educate ourselves, that we have the power to produce the kind of leadership that can take us forward. So if we don't have the kind of leadership we need, it means that we, the people, are not making the right choices. And so the responsibility actually rests more with us. So that's my answer to the question.
Wow. Okay. I've been taking notes. It's a lot of homework. Thank you, PKM, as always, for guiding us towards a progressive path. Sandra Ezekwesili, you are amazing. You are awesome. Please, audience, reach out to her on social media, tune in to her media platforms and programming. The amazing and splendidly attired Regina Askia Williams. Same with her. Thank you so much for being here today. The conversation is not over. This is just where I hand off the baton to Matilda Duncan. Of course, we will hear some more voices of the youth before Matilda Duncan comes on. So panelists, thank you so very much. We are in your a debt, and we will honor your investments by processing and actualizing our contributions to moving this thing forward. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. We are going to have an interlude. So if you need to grab a sip of water, see how the pot of beans is doing, whatever the case might be, we're going to have an interlude of about 5 minutes. We will be hearing voices of the youth as we do that. And then the amazing Matilda Duncan will pick up where I leave off. I am Andrew Mwavua, most grateful for your attention and being here today. I have thoroughly enjoyed moderating this conversation, and now I can't wait to listen and ask questions myself. So thank you so much, and we will be back live in just about 5 minutes. Please use this time as your intermission, but in the meantime, we'll be hearing some voices.
My name is Tracy Amaka Okpara. I'm 31 years old and I'm currently based in the UK. I'm a hairstylist who specializes in general hair care and braiding for Black women with textured hair types 3 to 4C. A big dream for me is to create jobs and businesses for stylists like myself that will enable growth in their area of expertise and sustainable living to live a comfortable life, thus encouraging women to follow their passion in the hair industry. During my 4 years of experience in Nigeria, I would say I was quite disappointed with the lack of career support the government provided young graduates. There's so much talent within the youth of Nigeria today, and it all seems wasted when so many find themselves in areas where there's little to no growth, or in basic jobs just to survive.
My name is Shatima Dangazumi. I am 30 years old. I work with the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation. My biggest dream is to see a Nigeria that prospers in unity, harmony, justice, and opportunities for all. My biggest frustration, however, is the mindset generally of Nigerians towards each other and towards the country at large. Nigerians across board have been accomplices and contributors generally to the deterioration of Nigeria. We need attitudinal change to take collective responsibility for the leadership and socio-economic affairs of Nigeria today and not tomorrow.
Hi, my name is Nenna. I'm 30 years old. I live in London. I currently work as a demand planner for a fragrance and cosmetics company called Pooch. One of my big future dreams is to progress up the career ladder and eventually start my own retail consultancy. One of the things that really frustrate me about Nigeria is how poor the healthcare system is. It's really hard for people to get the medical attention that they need, and if they aren't privileged enough to be able to travel elsewhere to get good healthcare, then a lot of people are dying as a result of very basic illnesses or very minor illnesses, should I say, and I think that should not be the case. at all.
Hi, my name is Mojike God's Favor. I'm 23 years old. I live in Oka, Anambra State, and I'm a journalist. I'm the editor-in-chief of Voice of the East. And my dream is to move Voice of the East from an online media platform to an offline media platform. I also have a media house for Voice of the East, and for us to become one of the biggest media houses here in the Southeast. The current frustration here is that our people here in the East do not really value the media, and it's always hard to find investors. You can't really get profit from what you do as a media personality.
Hi, my name is Aluchi Ota. I'm 18 years old. I currently go to Boston College and I'm working at a vaccination center helping distribute the COVID-19 vaccine in Massachusetts. My big dream is to inform as many people as possible about the degrading health of our natural world and how that affects our health. It's a problem that currently frustrates me when I look at the potential of my country and the unfortunate path it is continuing on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back soon. In the meantime, control room, you can continue to run the video. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Amaka Okpara. I'm 31 years old and I'm currently based in the UK. I'm a hairstylist who specializes in general hair care and braiding for Black women with textured hair types 3 to 4C. A big dream for me is to create jobs and businesses for stylists like myself that will enable growth in their area of expertise and sustainable living to live a comfortable life, thus encouraging women to follow their passion in the hair industry. During my 4 years of experience in Nigeria, I would say I was quite disappointed with the lack of career support the government provided young graduates. There's so much talent within the youth of Nigeria today, and it all seems wasted when so many find themselves in areas where there's little to no growth or in basic jobs just to survive.
My name is Shetima Dangazumi. I am 30 years old. I work with the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation. My biggest dream is to see a Nigeria that prospers in unity, harmony, justice, and opportunities for all. My biggest frustration, however, is the mindset generally of Nigerians towards each other and towards the country at large. Nigerians across board have been accomplices and contributors generally to the deterioration of Nigeria. We need attitudinal change to take collective responsibility for the leadership and socio-economic affairs of Nigeria today and not tomorrow.
Hi, my name is Nenna. I'm 30 years old. I live in London. I currently work as a demand planner for a fragrance and cosmetics company called Pouge. One of my big future dreams is to progress up the career ladder and eventually start my own retail consultancy. One of the things that really frustrate me about Nigeria is how poor the healthcare system is. It's really hard for people to get the medical attention that they need, and if they aren't privileged enough to be able to travel elsewhere to get good healthcare, then a lot of people are dying as a result of very basic illnesses or very minor illnesses, should I say, and I think that should not be the case at all.
Hi, my name is Mojike God's Favor. I'm 23 years old. I live in Oka, Anambra State, and I'm a journalist. I'm the editor-in-chief of Voice of the East. And my dream is to move Voice of the East from an online media platform to an offline media platform. I also have a media house for Voice of the East, and for us to become one of the biggest media houses here in the Southeast. The current frustration here is that our people here in the East do not really value the media, and it's always hard to find investors. You can't really get profit from what you do as a media personality.
Hi, my name is Aluchi Ota. I'm 18 years old. I currently go to Boston College and I'm working at a vaccination center helping distribute the COVID-19 vaccine in Massachusetts. My big dream is to inform as many people as possible about the degrading health of our natural world and how that affects our health. It's a problem that currently frustrates me when I look at the potential of my country and the unfortunate path it is continuing on.
Thank you all so much. If you can see me and hear me, you're absolutely welcome. My name is Matilda Duncan. I'm your moderator for the second session right here. And it's amazing. It's amazing to have the Elevating Youth Voices here. And thank you so much for joining us. It's been an exciting 2 hours. Andrew, thank you so much. I've learned so much. I'm so honored to be here, to be on a platform with the likes of the queen herself, ex-beauty queen, Regina Askia. Of course, a good friend of mine, Jude Abaga, MI, as we all know him, and of course, my colleague in the industry, Sandra, who I'm going to ask quietly that if you all stick around for us for a little bit, it would be nice to hear a couple of questions for our speakers on this session. I'm happy to be moderating the social media and governance, and I feel the need to sit back and relax one more time by myself and learn as well as we go on. It's going to be amazing for a couple of hours to go, roughly about 2 to go. I would ask that you, of course, sit tight and have a good one while we're at it. There are a few people I'm going to definitely call on. I'm excited to bring on a good friend of mine, DJ Switch. I'm excited to bring on Timmy, blessed is he amongst the women. And I'm also excited to bring on Renu, who is a human rights advocate. But before I do, with no further introduction, we already have heard from him on the first session, a man who has convinced me, or who convinced me from the very first few words he ever did speak to me. I'm talking about Professor Kingsley Moghalu, who is a Nigerian political economist and a lawyer. a man who has served as a deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, amongst others. He's been a professor, he's taught in different schools. He's an OON, if you didn't know. I'm more than happy to, of course, announce him as the Officer of the Order of the Niger. You are absolutely welcome, sir. Without wasting any time at all, sir, I'm going to quickly bring him on. We have given him a nickname that we all know him as by now, PKM, which I would like to say, sir, I really like your shirt and I must get me one of those. Because I think we're all coconut heads, if we may. But everybody, one more time, we're absolutely welcome. Amazing team, by the way, behind the scenes. They're making it work. They're absolutely fantastic, on point. Kudos to everybody as we go on. So for the next couple of hours, we ask that you sit tight, and thank you so much. A very little introduction about myself. I'm a radio presenter, and I've done this for being in radio for over 20 years. I'm more than excited to be on this one as a moderator. I'll give you the opportunity to say thank you one more time. I want to bring on Professor Kingsley Moghalu to address and officially start off our second session.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think we had a very exciting first session, and I am looking forward to a wonderful second session. So we're bringing on now Atsavi Reno Douala. We have DJ Switch joining us. We have Kate Henshaw, the actress, and we have Timmy the Law, the innovation lawyer, my dear friend. We're going to be talking a bit about social media. Now, when I look at social media, I see an ungoverned universe that has so much potential for change. In many advanced countries, social media has been used to create very important change. In Nigeria, the first time we saw the social media being used in a very constructive way to affect governance and public policy was the End SARS movement. And I must congratulate our young people, our young men and women for that. I also want to say that what we're doing today is the first of several conversations that the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation I get, or like you pointed out, I get coconut head. We will be having these conversations going forward. So the social media today, what does it mean for us? Should we continue to allow it when we have so much need for jobs in Nigeria? We have need for electricity. We have need for better, more effective political participation, especially among the youth. Should we just allow the social media to be a place of entertainment or for entertainment, or a place for people to simply just pour out their musings in the personal life, a place for the fashions and everything social, but governance and public policy are not being affected? Yet there is a potential, because all the government agencies all have social media handles. That tells you that they are engaged, they're listening, and they are watching. So I'm looking forward to a conversation, from among these brilliant young Nigerians as to how we can turn the social media to a very good purpose. In my own social media handle, I've tried to do that. I've tried to speak about things that educate people. I try to use social media to educate people. Occasionally, every once in a while, I put out something light, just to entertain. But 80% of the time, I'm on the case. And I think many of us should be, because this is, in the 21st century, it's an important platform to mobilize ourselves for good governance, better public policy. So I welcome you all on behalf of the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation to the second half of elevating youth voices. It's really wonderful. It's going great. Thank you all. Welcome. Yeah.
Thank you so much, PKM. If you do follow PKM closely on social media, very recently he tweeted about one of his sons paying another of his sons some funds to wash the dish. So yes, I would say definitely educating us a little bit, way too much if you ask me, but it can only get better. The pros and cons of social media, the social media world that has no walls. Social media as we know it. We've heard and we will hear from our speakers right here. I'm going to quickly bring on Reno. If Reno is ready for us, hi, how are you doing? Reno Oduola is a community organizer focused primarily on the issues of equity, justice, humanity, and community, all right, advancement. And we're happy here to finally introduce you and have you on. Thank you so much for joining us. We're gonna have a video being played very quickly by Renu. If that's available, it could go as quickly as possible, and then we would go on to the next video.
My big dream is to one day, and hopefully in the not so distant future, reach the zenith of my profession. That is to become a senior advocate of Nigeria. Whenever I look at the potential that Nigeria has and where we are at the moment, I feel frustrated beyond words. One thing that I think stagnates our growth as a nation is lack of leadership. Yes, you may talk about the poor state of the economy or the perennial corruption that bedevils our body politic. Yes. But all this and so many others are a direct consequence of not having a responsible and responsive government from top to bottom.
I am part of a generation armed with technology, social media, and all the information we need at our tips. My generation has the power to bring about lasting change, especially in politics. We're making our voices strong and loud to show that we understand that there are decisions to be made regarding our future. We're also showing ourselves as the ones that need to be involved in making those decisions. Social media has helped us in talking about issues affecting us, such as police brutality, gun control, rape, climate change, and the like. We found alternatives in social media to cope with marginalization and amplify our voices. We're taking part in activism in the digital space, innovating our communities for good, and creating waves in social change. Take a look at Nigeria, for instance. Take a look at the roles of young people in remarkable political mobilization. The Not Too Young to Run bill was passed with the help of social media. Because in Nigeria, it is unheard of for you to get your name on the ballot box if you are not the godchild of some political bigwig or a billionaire. The Enough is Enough campaign, which started on social media, was embarked on by young Nigerians to hold politically elected officers accountable. However, young people often feel disillusioned with politics and do not even want to take part at all. Our cries for social change often get paid with lip service in Nigeria. Some say do not listen to the voices of young people because they do not have grown-up opinions. I dare say that the voices of young people matter precisely because we are young. The lack of trust in the traditional institutions of politics in the country has made a lot of young people feel disillusioned in participating in voting or becoming the candidates of some political party. Should we talk about the limited political representation of young people and the lack of transparency and failures in the political system? Using low voter turnout as an evidence of apathy is ignoring the obstacles that young people face in electoral participation. Should we talk about frustration about poor public services, the lack of jobs, the desire to leave the country in search of better prospects elsewhere, or the political violence that has marred so many of our elections? In the last presidential elections, not fewer than 25 people were reported killed. Should we talk about the shameful practices our elites engage in, driven by the do or die mentality in voting? Talk about the lack of trust in INEC. So many of our elections, political bigwigs are determining winners and losers of the election, which has led to many believing that their votes do not even count. Political violence has led to many abandoning their civic duties because they do not want to die. Should we talk about our cultural norms that prescribe that women should not be involved in politics, or that politics is the domain of men? Let's even take a look at the high level of illiteracy in the country that has led to vote buying in our elections. Let's take a look at the extent of young people's interest in politics in Nigeria and how much receptive the Nigerian government is. During EndSARS, the Nigerian president attempted to delegitimize the protest. But more importantly, he failed to realize that the EndSARS protest took a solid stand against the false narratives that his administration have been pushing upon the Nigerian people. Buhari's inability to understand democratic expressions and interactions in the social media era was demonstrated. So, young people participate in politics through discussions. They prefer to discuss about politics rather than go through the formal institutions that has existed. In fact, many of us, and higher percentage of us, would rather participate in protests rather than vote. So is it political apathy or a new dimension of politics that young people want to take part in? Young people are engaging in participatory politics that puts them at the center and helps them drive their agenda for social change. People now prefer to express their political preferences through campaigns, protests, petition, and the like, rather than take part in the institutions of politics that has failed them in the past. Is Nigeria prepared to encourage youth innovation, support our engagement, and give us greater control, voice, and influence over the issues that matter most to us? The lack of youth participation in formal politics is also linked to the strained leaders that Nigerian political parties put across as candidates during elections. We need a political system where men and women who are tested, tried, and trusted are put across as candidates during elections, and not political party opportunists whose manifestos are not known to the citizen. Are youth discussions on politics on social media being encouraged? Nigeria needs to listen to its young people, find out what they stand for, find out the social cause that we're fighting for, and encourage us. We need to be allowed to confront serious social problems affecting us in order for us to become active community citizens. Youth voter awareness needs to be encouraged, both online and offline. And assistance needs to be provided to people living with special abilities to register during voter registration. An online and transparent voting process needs to be put up where electorates can have access and be able to make complaints and inquiries. Gender-based programs need to be encouraged, where women are encouraged to take part in political discussions and also go for political representation. More importantly, we're demanding for change, and we are confident that we'll see it. We're demanding to be leaders today, rather than wait for our turn in an unforeseen future.
Small but mighty Reno, appreciations to you as always. Reno has been spurred by the police brutality in Nigeria and beyond. Reno has also become a key player in the work to confront the system and the structure. You're most welcome. If you're just joining us, you're welcome. This is the second session here for Elevating Youth Voices. I'm the moderator for social media and governance. I'm happy to bring on the next speaker's video before we go right into the Q&A session. And while we're at it, please remember that you can send in your questions for the speakers today on the Q&A session right beneath. We've also got Facebook, so you can also send in your questions there as well. A DJ Switch, a good friend of mine turned sister. I've known her for years now coming. I'm more than excited to bring her on. A disc jockey, a musician, a creative producer, amongst other things. DJ Switch has literally used her platform, or used it at the time and is still using it, to increase the public awareness and of violence against peaceful protesters. If we remember very clearly, she was right there at the scene on that day of the NSAS when all the pandemonium was going on. And I'm more than happy to having her video come up next. Let's listen very carefully, because I know we're going to have a lot of questions for the speakers.
Hi, my name is Epera Usoro. I am 21 years old and I live in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. I currently work as a regulatory and compliance officer for PHED, and my dream would be to transition from my current career to a career in the tech industry so I can earn higher income and enjoy other perks of working in a fast-growing industry. What I find frustrating about the potential of my community is that corruption is still very high, and this corruption is robbing us young people from lots of opportunities that are meant to help us grow.
Hi, my name is DJ Switch. Many of you know me as a DJ. Some of you know me as an artist. And I think by now, you all know me from the very unfortunate NSAS incident. I'm very excited to be speaking at the very first Nigerian Youth Summit on the 10th of April. I'm going to touch on a few things, but I'd like to answer one particular question that I've been getting a lot these days, which is, why are you still doing this? Like, why are you still doing what you're doing? You know, especially considering the fact that it's upended my life, right? And, you know, why don't you just call it a day in sort of this defeatist manner? And the truth is, the truth is I don't know, but it's a choice I've made. I'm grateful that I've been able to touch on my dreams. So there's no real desperation there. It does hurt, but this is a choice. And I think we all have a choice to make at the end of the day. Eventually, we'll all make our choices. And that's up to you as an individual. You know, sometimes people make their choices based on experience. Sometimes people make their choices based on, you know, just exhaustion, you know, of how things are. At the end of the day, it really is up to you. But the essence of all of this is to encourage you to make the right choice. So yes, that's just one question I wanted to answer. Now, social media is a hot topic. Its influence in policies and good governance. And many may think that, well, social media doesn't really change anything, you know, with regards to good governance and policies and all that. But I'm inclined to disagree, right? It is not because of political apathy. I even think the opposite is the case. There is so much interest from the Nigerian people to see a changed government, a system and institutions that work for Nigerians. The funny thing here is we're actually not asking for much, but it's become such a big deal, because we have such unqualified and old dinosaurs in power who have refused to let it go. A simple change here and there could really calm things down. I mean, what is up with minimum wage? What is up with power? It's so poor in this country. There's so many things that are so bad. The healthcare system is so bad. These are things that you can do and still, even since you want to steal, right? As loot, you want to steal money. You can do these things and still steal money. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I would not say it's as a result of political apathy that, policies are not made or we don't have good governance. It's just sheer wickedness, the unwillingness to work. You see our lawmakers sleeping in while they're actually supposed to be on the job. So it has nothing to do with political apathy. As a matter of fact, I think that the interest in politics today with today's Nigerian youth is even much more than it was a couple of years ago. So I would put that squarely on our lawmakers and our leaders. I think social media has been a blessing and a curse. And I say blessing and a curse because if not for social media, a lot of the information we have today, we wouldn't have had it. The way we can quickly communicate with each other, the way we can stand together in solidarity, the way we can help each other. The curse part is just the misuse of this platform and the spreading of hate and lies and disinformation. So that's one part of it that is a curse. And I think as individuals, as people, we actually owe it out to ourselves to do some research. You know what I mean? It's not going to take you anything to just research the information that you're hearing or that you're reading. Okay. Now, one more thing I want to touch on before I let you go is it's not only about, okay, go and vote, right? The question is, can we safely vote? We've all seen in the past that these same people have made it very, very difficult. It's not conducive to actually confidently go and vote for who you want to vote for. That's even if we see a candidate that is worth voting for. And I've been reading a lot lately on how people say, oh, go join a party. You don't join something that was built on this godfatherism mentality. So we as a Nigerian youth, we need to work together and find out how to create our own movement. That is what I believe the plan should be. Okay, I mean, who wants to rock with the Tinubus and who wants to do that? I don't believe that we should do that. These people are done, old, and pretty much they're done. So the question is, what do you want to do? How do you want to utilize the tool that you have in your hands? Right? The social media, for example, your voice, for example. I'm hoping that these things and much more are the things we'll talk about at the summit. Thank you very much. And love, peace, light always.
Appreciate DJ Switch right there. Given a title Culture Icon in 2020, October 2020 was of course a memorable one for DJ Switch. Picking on a few of the points in that video, talking about the speed of social media and the verification of fake news as well. Thank you so much, Switch. We're going to listen from another woman, another boss in the industry in Nollywood. I'm talking no other than Kate Henshaw. Kate Henshaw is a mother of one, a Nollywood actress, a producer herself. She's been a one-time judge. She's been an amazing ambassador to series and a lot of different brands. Kate is joining us right now with her video explaining a couple or two on the social media and governance. So we'll have Kate's video come up next.
Hi, my name is Okeke Nzube. I'm 28 years old. I live in Nnewi, Anambra State. My occupation is I'm an interior decorator. I do furniture works of all kinds. I'm also a musician. I do music. I've been into music for a long time, but what is frustrating is that when I look at the way the music industry is, I need to reach more people so that they will know what I do, and the platform is not encouraging for the youth that doesn't have enough support. And when it comes to my furniture works, it's on the financial aspect of it, and also there are some tools that I need in this Nigeria, and I cannot even get because of it's not available here. Thank you.
Okay, so social media in Nigeria has not translated into good governance for the people. It has not really been effective in causing the leaders to listen to the people because of apathy, voting apathy. And I believe that complaining on social media is not enough. Speaking on social media is not enough because it's like they're not hearing us. And so we need to translate. We need to step out of social media while keeping social media in place, step out of it and actually participate effectively in the political process, joining a party, voting. Even after the NSAS incident in October, there were elections, local government elections, or I think senatorial elections for replacement of a leader who had died because of COVID. And the numbers were just very, very disappointing. We need to do more. We need to be involved in the process because at the end of the day, the quality of the leaders that are elected, translate and also, have a bearing on the kind of institutions that we desire, strong institutions, reforms, and translates to good governance, so to speak. So we need to do more. We need to encourage ourselves. We need to encourage those who just speak on social media, those in the grassroots, older people. We need to talk about it and we need to say it's time to move from social media to actively participating as citizens in the electoral process and in the desire for us to have good governance. It's very, very important because we cannot keep just complaining, talking about it. Yes, we need to just, lend our voices, but then we need to do more. We need to share flyers. We need to translate our needs and our desires in the local languages. In using social media as well, we need to go to the grassroots. I mean, the people who vote, half of them are not on social media, I want to believe. These are people that the politicians have, led structures for the past, I don't know how many years they've been running elections. And they have this system that sort of works for them. And they don't really care about what goes on social media. They think that people are just yapping all the time. So we need to be involved in the political process. Every citizen needs to join a party. You might not be actively seeking an elective position, but you need to know the workings of it. If you are not in it, you really cannot effect any change. By the time it comes to voting, they've already picked a candidate for you. So you're between the devil and deep blue sea. And if you do not see any candidate worthy of your vote, what then do you do? Which is why I decided to run for office in 2014. And I just feel that we have a lot of work on our hands. Nigeria as is right now is not palatable. We all know the truth. We all need to do more. We need to be deliberate, intentional about what we want. Sound our voices, sound the alarm, and say that it is not enough to just reel out laws, vote bills that do not really have a bearing on the people. You hear a lot of corruption cases. They are going on for so long. Some of these leaders who have been charged to court feigning illness, feigning fainting, and all of that. We need to call them out. We know people who know them. So we need to be more deliberate in our actions and the things that we desire and want for us as a people and for our nation, Nigeria. So social media has its good parts. Also has the part where everybody thinks, oh, because I've spoken on social media, then they've heard. So the voices are definitely not loud enough. So we need to make it louder. We need to give it more presence. We need to give it more meat. That's what I feel in terms of using social media as a tool to gain good governance, get strong institutions, and generally have a country that we would be proud of. Thank you.
The lady with the beautiful smile right there, Kate Henshaw. Thank you so much for that, the beautiful insight on the video. Not particularly saving the best for last, but blessed is he amongst women. I'd like to bring on Timmy Olagunju. Timmy is a tech lawyer and a policy consultant with a core capacity in open governance and civil influencing and digitalization policy. A man who has been named the most influential young Nigerian in policy influencing of Why Nigeria, and he also sits on the board to Feed to Grow Nigeria. That's of Feed to Grow Nigeria, I beg your pardon, Africa. Timmy, right now, we'd like to hear from him. Please don't forget, you can send in your questions to the Q&A session right beneath. Right after this video, we'll go right into those questions that you've all been waiting to ask. If we can have the video for Timmy Olagunju. Thank you.
You can call me Timmy. I want to thank the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation for putting together this important summit, the Elevating Youth Summit of Conversation, because conversation enriches the understanding. I'm going to be speaking around issues that touch on culture, governance, social media, social influencing, electoral process, intellectual property, and the likes. But to start with, I want to start with the words of a political sage. Culture, not politics, determines the success of a nation. But politics can change a culture and deliver it from itself. This statement has shown itself in the leadership of individuals who have shaped culture through political structure, political movements. For example, we talk about in recent times Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, or in more past or ancient times, the likes of Williams Wilberforce, who drove movements towards abolishing slavery in the United Kingdom. Now, it tells us that evidence is the end of argument, and there is a lot to learn from the past in terms of building movements that drive cultural transformation. An example here in Nigeria will be the NSAS movement, which basically emphasized the power in our strength and togetherness. However, the core challenge with a movement like that is that advocacy is never enough. It must move into community movements without decentralized, whether decentralized or centralized movements. For example, look at the Black Lives Matter, BLM. They moved from advocacy into movement building at a decentralized community level. So for me, I think a core skill gap in our advocacy efforts in Nigeria, across Africa, is around building movements. And perhaps if we can fix that through trainings and opportunities for workshops, that can go a long way. Because like I said earlier, advocacy is never enough. We must go beyond advocacy into building movements. A core example is the Not Too Young to Run movement, which started off as an advocacy measure and then became a state-to-state movement, driving policy change at the level that it was able to and the successes it recorded. And that is a fact. The fact that, yes, advocacy is key, but movement building is keyer to drive the necessary transformation of culture, whether political movements or, institutional movements. For example, if you look back at the pre-1960 pre-colonial era, you see that we had the Nigerian youth movement, which was not necessarily a political party, but a convergence of like minds. And so it may not necessarily be that we need to start new political parties. It may just be bringing like minds together to drive policy-focused movements that can transform societies, irrespective of which political parties the members belong. Now, I want to talk a bit about intellectual property in Nigeria, because I know that concerns everyone, particularly the creative industry. And look, aside the fact that we pay lip service to developing intellectual property, the intellectual property structure in this country or regime in this country needs a complete overhaul rejig. For example, why do we have a copyright commission entirely different from, the patent or designs registry, when we can have copyright, patent, designs, trademark under a single intellectual property regime or commission to allow for ease of accessibility and singularity of purpose? For example, if you imagine how disjointed it will be if the Corporate Affairs Commission was in charge of registering businesses, and then you had another commission registering companies, and then another commission registering NGOs. And that is, interestingly, painfully so, the case with intellectual property in Nigeria. That needs to change. And advocacy by the creative industry and experts can focus on this key policy concern. Now, another issue I want to address is the electoral process. And I want to touch it on 2 pain points. First is that I hear a lot of agitation, concern, advocacy around INEC's need to start the registration of voters process. But the key question is, how can INEC be free to do what it needs to do for the citizens when it is paid for by the executive, who are more interested in getting power? Shouldn't our advocacy efforts focus on pressuring the National Assembly members through whatever legitimate means to ensure that INEC is entirely separated from the umbilical cord of the executive and executive funding. Think about that. I've also heard another pain point for a lot of Nigerians, which is the complaint about poor turnouts of elites, young people and Nigerians during elections. But I ask you, how many of you can vote where you live now? Or how many of you can successfully boast of being able to transfer your voter's card from where you've registered to where you live? I remember the story of one current governor of one of the states in Nigeria, who had, before he became governor, had his voter's card registered in Abuja. But interestingly, he wanted to vote in Kogi, so he requested for a transfer. And that wasn't forthcoming, so he decided to go register again for another voter's card in his location. And then a few weeks to election, the uproar started about the illegality of him having two voters' cards from two different locations. And he mentioned that it was difficult or impossible, was not forthcoming for him to transfer his voter's card, hence that approach. Now, the key question is, how do we address these issues from a policy perspective rather than noise about the issues themselves? How do we make it easy to vote from wherever you are or transfer your voting location with ease under 24 or 48 hours? That number of technically disenfranchised Nigerians who are unable to vote because where they registered is different from where they now live to vote is enough to beat the 20 million plus that puts any president in Nigeria into office, for example. And so that is a key pain point, policy-wise. And that's why it's important that, social media influencers, the creative industries, NGOs, we understand the language of governance, which is policy language, and try to address issues from a policy perspective. So we are not seen as enemies, but rather as collaborators. Indeed, we need alternative leadership solutions. Yes, advocacy, but policy advocacy, not noise. Yes, social media, but much more movement building in our local governments, also using social media. It can start with actively shaping street associations on WhatsApp. It can start with actively gathering young people within your ward. We, as Nigerians, the creative industry, culture shapers, must begin to engage and work together with experts to drive change in our socio-cultural framework, in our developmental framework, or else nothing will happen. Look, I want to rephrase this biblical or saying from the Holy Book, which says that if the foundation be destroyed, what can the makeup artist do? We are the makeup artists. Think backwards around that. Think about it. Thank you. I'm Timmy Olagunju.
Timmy Olagunju with us right there. Appreciations to him. A good governance advocate, a tech lawyer as well, hitting the nail on the head with policies, explaining further that change is constant. Before we go right into the Q&A session, we're still asking you to put those questions right down there in that particular session. It's just right there below your screen, the Q&A section. I'd like to quickly bring on one more time who started off the second session right here, Professor Kingsley Moghalu, to give us a bit of a crown as to what the speakers have said in their videos and how he agrees or disagrees with them. Sir?
Yes. Thank you, Matilda. I hope you can hear me.
Yes. We're here.
Yeah, I think, the speakers have just been brilliant. From Renew to DJ Switch, to Kate Henshaw, to Timi Olagunju. Let me start, with what Renew said. Renew noted something that I think is important, and I have an opinion on it that I want to share. Renew noted that many of us would rather participate in protests rather than vote through the political institutions that have failed us in the past. So I think that's an important point to note, because yes, more and more Nigerians, young people, after NSAS are getting involved in the culture of protest. And that is a very good thing, because if you look at democracies that function well around the world, you'll find that the citizens never sit still. They're often on the streets carrying their placards about things they don't like. They will stage protests in front of whatever institution. These things put pressure on politicians. Like someone said earlier in this program, NSAS shook up the political establishment in Nigeria. Let's make no mistake about it. I want you to know that dictators and politicians have one thing in common. They're both cowards, especially when they're not doing the right thing. They hate to be confronted. They're like the bully in the schoolyard in countries where we don't have good governance. And so once people begin to stand up for themselves and for their rights, there will be a confrontation. Hopefully it will be peaceful, but eventually this will begin to bring about a shift in the culture. So that's an important point. But my response to what Renew is saying is to point out something that we may be missing: the Arab Spring experience. The experience of the Arab Spring 10 years ago, 2011, when a young man set himself on fire in Tunisia, complaining about some social issues, and a wind swept across the whole of the Arab world, driven a lot by social media. So massive protests, massive uprisings. But 10 years later, what is the situation of young people in the Arab world? It's worse than it was during the Arab Spring. Why? Because the big lesson of the Arab Spring is that protests, advocacy do not translate into change when they are not taken into a structural political engagement. What do we mean by structural political engagement? Three things. Citizens must vote, citizens must join political parties, and citizens must contest for elections. Especially young people have to do these three things. All the protests in the world, all the advocacy in the world, without engaging with the structural political process, will not solve much. I want us to remember the lesson of the Arab Spring. This is an important lesson. So yes, I recognize the reason why people have lost faith in the institutions of voting, INEC, and so on. And so they don't want to go and vote, but they want to protest. Well, but I have a lesson to remind you about, that protest is good, but it's even better if you take it into the structural political process. I'll leave us with that for now on Renew's comment.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yes. Do you want to say something, or should I stop?
No, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, and then Kate Henshaw talked about, the need to participate and to do more, because the quality of our leaders, of the leaders we elect, depends on this. It's time to move from complaining on social media to action at the grassroots. So that was, again, an important takeaway from her comment. And she noted that half of the people who vote, if not more, are not on social media. So it's like there are two parallel worlds. There's the social media buzz, then there's the real world of where, elections and politics and governance and public policy takes place. And then Timmy talked about, I think DJ Switch asked a question. She says, why am I doing this? People are asking her, and I can relate to DJ Switch, for obvious reasons. When people ask you, why are you doing this? I was once, I don't want to talk a lot about my politics here, but I cannot help mentioning this example. When I was running for president in 2019, and I was on an interview show, the first question the panelist asked me, Prof, what's wrong? I said, what do you mean what's wrong? He said, is there something wrong? I said, no, I was wondering where this guy was going with this line of questioning. And then he says, look at you, fine man like you. You're in politics, you want to run for president? Are you having a midlife crisis? So this is the kind of, this is what DJ Switch was saying when people are talking to her. And she says, well, I don't know. It has upended her life. It has upended mine. And I can tell you, people don't understand the costs of getting involved with these things, but we have to make that sacrifice for our collective and better tomorrow, for our society, for our children, for us, for the youth, to be able to colonize the future. So then Timmy came up with also something very interesting, the role of culture. The role of culture. The major problem we have in the governance and public policy space in Nigeria, as they say, culture eats strategy for breakfast. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. You can have a wonderful strategy, but the culture, the way we do in Nigeria, do you know who I am? The who born you? The all kinds of cultural, expressions. The worship we have of people who are powerful and people who have money, and to think that they are, they can do anything. We mentally subject ourselves immediately to them because they're demonstrating power and wealth. They're big convoys when they're passing. We don't like them, but we secretly admire them. And maybe we hope to be like them one day. So some of these conversations have brought out some very important points. And I really commend these young people for the points they have made. Really brilliant. And these are the kinds of things that we should be thinking, talking about, and acting on. Timmy talked about going beyond advocacy into community organizing. I totally and completely agree. That is where things happen. Things happen down at the grassroots in the communities. And when I mean grassroots, I'm not just talking about the villages. I'm talking about there's grassroots organizing on social media. You can have grassroots organizing in the cities. You can have grassroots organizing in the slums and in the villages too. But we have left it all to the people in the villages who take 5,000 naira. And that's not right, because the truth of the matter is that the population of Nigeria is just about evenly split between the rural and urban areas. So it's a myth to think that the political and governance and public policy destiny of Nigeria must be determined in the villages by people who may not even understand these issues. The people who are in the cities, the educated people, the middle class, the youth, we have to step up to the plate. So thank you very much. I'd just like to thank everybody who has spoken.
Very well said, Professor. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for that. Just before we get into the series of questions, we have so many questions. I'm more than happy to asking them out in a couple of minutes. But let's hear from our speakers today. In no particular order, DJ Switch, we'd like to heir from you on the video, your video, and Timmy's video, Renu's video, and Kate's video as well. Just about 2 minutes cap up as to your thoughts on them and a bit of a conclusion before we go into the questions. Switch.
Sure. Thank you so much, Matilda. And it's really a pleasure to meet you. PMK, as I'm told you're called.
PKM.
PKM. All right, my bad. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, and Timmy as well. Renu, I have spoken with you, and I admire you so much. First of all, I just want to go back to what Prof was saying. The example he cited, the Arab Spring. Absolutely correct. Okay, I understand the frustration that we feel, even as I'm trying to formulate my thoughts. I'm getting a bit upset, and that's because when I think about these people, I just want to shout. It's like I recognize that I do not have the power really to fight these people at the level that they need to be fought. So I feel like losing my mind. I feel like going out there and exploding. So I totally also understand why youths today, that's like the outlet that we have. But I want to say something really quick, right? And touch real quick on influencers as well.
Okay.
They say charity begins at home, okay? Now, while we are talking about how we can actually make changes, we are also the ones fighting ourselves. We're talking about people at the grassroots level, right? Who take 5,000 naira to go and vote. But we have influencers who take whatever amount of money, I don't know what it costs, to promote propaganda. Not too long ago, because of a vaguely written 2020 country report that was released by the US government, which anyone who would have taken a minute to read would have seen that propaganda machine was literally dumped into that thing. And I was so disgusted. I ignored it. I spoke to Reno about this. So if we don't sort our issues out amongst ourselves as youths, then what are we talking about? How do we even unite to do these things? And so I'm more than willing to join forces with everybody here. I'm currently on a fellowship at the National Endowment for Democracy. And what funny thing is, my project is actually trying to figure out how to sensitize that grassroots level. But we need the youths, the ones that, as Regina Askia said earlier, the ones that have access to phones. How can we get ourselves door to door to talk to? But we need to work together. Not one moment I'm here advocating, the next minute I take $1,000 and spread lies.
Wow. We hear you right there. We understand that Sandra and Regina are also still with us. Questions will be asked as well. Reno, we would like to hear from you really quickly. A bit of a cap on the videos that you heard. Reno, if you're with us, you can unmute yourself and let's hear from you. Thank you, Switch.
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Matilda Duncan. Thank you, DJ Switch. I'm seeing you. Timmy, hi. Thank you very much, sir. I'm seeing you in the coconut head t-shirt. Thank you so much for wearing that t-shirt. I've been smiling inside and out like, oh my God, thank you so much, sir. And I'd just like to mention a few points on what you said. I do not think that we should excuse youth protesting, engaging in campaigns, engaging in signing petitions as part of okay, sorry. Is it better now? I think it's better. Can you hear me?
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I do not think that we should excuse them engaging in protest, engaging in campaigns, engaging in signing petitions as being outside politics. The issue here is that many people do not want to die. The type of politics that we participate in Nigeria is a do or die thing. And many people, I think that when you look back at the NSAS protest, and I said it at a lot of my speaking engagements, that many Nigerians would not have come out for the NSAS protest because most times we're not concerned about corruption. We're not concerned about a politician stealing money. If you hear a politician stealing money, we're just like, okay, let them steal all the money they can. They will live there or they'll die. That's our mentality. We don't care about some people siphoning funds. We can complain about the roads, we can complain about the electricity. But the important thing and what we should note here is that Nigerians are used to adapting. We can adapt anywhere. I dare say that we are the most resilient people on earth. If you take us and put us in Antarctica, I'm very sure this cold region on earth, I'm very sure that we'll adapt there because that's what we are used to do. If you push Nigerians to the wall, You push us to the wall, we'll break this wall and we'll keep moving because that's who we are. We're very resilient.
We will become the wall.
That's just how it is. We're very resilient. We can survive anywhere. That's Nigerians for you. And when it came to the issue of police brutality, the only thing that you cannot joke with Nigerians is their survival. You can do whatever you want. You can decide to take the electricity in their neighborhood for months. They will buy generators because that's who they are. They will survive. They will cope. But when you're talking about issues of survival, issues of their life, that's when Nigerians will fight back. And that was why you saw many youths and adults supporting the NSAS protest. Because now this is about our survival. This is about our living. This is about what we do. And the same with politics, and the politicians know that. And they're using that to, to take over the whole process because it's not a do or die mentality. Many Nigerians do not want to die. So they say, okay, but either for me to come and die, let me just stay off. I said it in my video that in the last presidential elections, more than 25 people were reported killed. Take a look at the Ekiti elections that happened last week. Over 3 people were reported killed. And people are seeing this, not just on social media, but they are seeing this in their communities. And they're saying, either for me to come and take part in this thing and die, then let me just stay off. And the thing is that many people do not even realize why we are voting. Many of these people that we call the masses, the people that do not have access to social media, that are only newspaper, television based, we do not understand why exactly we are voting. They do not understand. They do not see it as a civic duty. They do not see it as something they have to do. They just say, okay, every 4 years, these politicians come, they bring the liquor of vice, and they bring us some money and we vote for them and everybody moves on. That's what they think. They do not understand what voting, and most of us are even on social media, most of us are even the Sarasoke youth, the social media generation, most of us are politically illiterate. We do not understand. There was some terms that before NSAS, if you tell me that there is one bill that is being passed in the house. I went to school, I'm in school, but if you tell me one bill is being passed in the house, I'm like, what the hell is this? What the hell are these people saying? I don't just want to listen to that because it sounds like nonsense to me. It sounds like something that I don't even want to be interested. But these days, I know that because of the expectations and the responsibilities, I have to learn about these things. And now I know that many of us are politically illiterate. We know, okay, there's presidency, there's governor, there is House of It. Apart from that, we don't know what these people go there to do. And this is part of this political apathy. Take a look at the BB Niger campaign that went on last year. I think they said they recorded over 900 million votes. Let's say, okay, some African countries also engaging, but 900 million votes for BB Niger, a TV show series. That means that these people were just there, but we want to participate in the confines of our homes because we do not want to die. And that's what's happening. Before I finish, I wanted to say this. Youth have become the experts of their own experience, and we have seen these things repeating themselves over and over again. It's time to start dealing with the issues. We cannot say, I was talking with someone and they said, okay, what do youth want to do in 2023? It's not as if many of us do not have ideas or things that, or vast mobilizations that we want to engage in. However, why should we even move when issues are not being treated in the first place? Look at the NSAS protest. Thank God it was a very recent protest. I mean, the Nigerian government just basically tried to gloss it over and move on without treating the underlying issues that happened. The president particularly gaslighted us on what happened at Lekki toll gate. Nobody is talking about it. I left the judicial panel because I did not see justice coming out from that place. Yeah. And so many other police brutality issues that have been happening that are yet to be untreated. Yes, the judicial panel is giving people money, but are we actually bringing killer officers to book? Are we actually addressing the issues that youths came out to express themselves? NSAS was a moment where I think that Nigerian politicians could have used to bring hope back to the nation, to bring the young people back to their roots. Because let us even state the facts. Nigeria exists here, but the structure to make it a place of pride do not exist. Most of us are not even proud of our nation. Ask 100 million youths today that, okay, I want to give you guys visa to Canada. Would you go? Most of them will leave. Most of us do not see anything that ties us back to Nigeria. And NSAS was a moment for us to regain that patriotism. But Nigerian politicians bungled it. They lost it. So thank you. Let me just allow Timmy to,
Wow,
continue.
Reno, I mean, I put my hands together for you. You got a powerful voice. Small but mighty. Can I call you that one more time? We can learn a lot from you. There are a couple of questions out here that we're going to throw to you very quickly. But Timmy, let's hear from you in 2 words, just to crown this off. We've got thousands of questions coming through, and everyone would like to hear a bit more from the speakers. So Timmy, blessed are you amongst the female speakers. Let's hear from you.
Matilda, you said 2 words.
2 words.
Difficult 2 words. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this issue, and I must thank the Institute of Governance and Economic Transformation and Prof himself for making this happen in the midst of all this. I would like to emphasize the fact briefly that culture, not politics, determines the success of any nation, but politics can change a culture and deliver it from itself. And so there are 2 key issues there. And, I'm very glad that Renu mentioned a lot about political education, which is the first key issue, the individual Nigerian person.
Right.
How much does the individual Nigerian person know about the importance of political participation, what I might call policy or civics education orientation. The second part is the institutional challenge, right? And so the institutional challenge somewhat reinforces a huge barrier, has to, or tries to a large extent, lay down premonitions that people already have, which are wrong about the political process. For example, the NSAS protest. How come that a lot of people are blaming the protesters for speaking out in such sensible and intelligent, coordinated manner, rather than the politicians who have decided to victimize those who have spoken rightly, right? And so why? It tells you that there is a certain mentality with the Nigerian individual, and the political framework tends to then support or accentuate or encourage that mentality. So we have 2 issues to battle with. First is the Nigerian as an individual, and the second is as to our institutional bottlenecks that disenfranchises you from the political process or part of being a human in the Nigerian community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go quickly into these questions right here. Reno, you did talk about how to get to the grassroots level. You talked about how they're not on social media, but this question I'm going to ask very quickly is for you, DJ Switch. How do we effectively harness the power of social media for better mobilization at the grassroots level? How do we do that?
Okay, sorry, but just before I answer that, Timmy, I really love what you said. I just want to sort of, if I may, rearrange the last 2 things you said. First of all, I think that accountability, which is absent, right, should go to the system, the institution first, because you need to talk about education. A lot of our Nigerians are not educated. You understand? You have a lot of people who have no education. So before we begin to talk about the Nigerian, right, who has the problem, you need to first of all check that person's background, right? Take everyone here. Everybody sounds so beautifully well-spoken, eloquent. You can tell that people here, everybody went to school. Do you understand what I'm saying? The question is, who are the people, the institutions, then the people. I'd put it that way. And a lot of them, it's not their fault. Now, how do we, do that sensitization? Like I said, there's a project that I'm working on. To be honest with you, it can't be done via social media. It just can't, okay? We literally need boots on the ground, town halls, workshops, okay? And let's not be naive about this. It is not come and listen, dream big. We have to play the same games that these people are playing, even if it's for a little bit, because to gather these people in one space, to have a conversation with them, to get them to see a vision, you need to find out if they've eaten this morning. You need to find out if they've eaten this afternoon. Do they want to sit down and listen to you and your vision? So we may need to play some of these games, but we need to be committed to literally going and working with, now, not just going and knocking on doors or giving people food and then sharing the dream. We need to find out the influencers in those grassroots communities, the way we have on social media. There are influencers in those grassroots communities that are not on phone. Do you understand?
Right.
That people tend to listen to? You know how you get a town crier, for example.
Town
people tend to listen. Yeah, people tend to listen to that one, or someone tends to, when they go to their local bar, there's always one man or woman that people just like to listen to. We need to start talking. If we can find those people, if we can get them to change their mindsets and sensitize them, then work with them. We also need to be ready to get people who speak their language. It's like, this English won't work either. This is what I believe.
Well, we thank you, Switch. That is absolutely amazing and well said. Timmy, let me throw you a question really quickly. There is an air of political apathy amongst the elites or middle class in Nigeria, Timmy, if you're with me, who have learned to be self-sufficient without the help of the government, so to say. How do we change that, Timmy?
Well, I think if I get you rightly, you're saying that there are people who have built, sustainability on their own without much of government support, right? I think that is, you just mentioned the story of almost every Nigerian, even from the child who's sweating in her mother or his mother's womb because of the fact that there's no electricity already. So already building an ecosystem, even without the availability of the optimal facilities that make a sane society work. So that's the average Nigerian now. So I would like to phrase it in the context of, okay, the average Nigerian who has grown apathetic towards, driving some level of change, in the society, and understanding the place of politics or policy in the putting bread on the table, and food for the family, So I think that is a core challenge that we are faced with practically. And that challenge has itself in a foundational issue. Like I mentioned, if the foundation be destroyed, the ladies know better. What can the makeup artist do, right? Than put powder. So you have a powdered approach to engaging governance. And that powdered approach is a disengagement from the core issues of the daily activities or polity activities of governance. And that is what you have because of the foundational issue. And, someone mentioned about the fact that Nigeria is faced with what he called, I think it's MI, talked about wicked problems. And I find that statement interesting in the context of this question, and which is the fact that, in design thinking, wicked problems are a product of perhaps a dearth of data, or the right environment to drive the change in terms of that, and usually a product of the foundation as well. And to deal with wicked problems, you need what we call empathy as a first stage of design thinking to deal with wicked problems. And what is empathy in that context? Understanding the real situation. And so I think one of the key things to driving that, filling in that gap between, the disconnect between the people and, the governance structure or policy is first understanding the place of understanding what the core challenges are. And that is a challenge to us as solution providers, as advocates, as NGOs, as those who want to birth the new Nigeria, is the fact that we really need to understand what the real issues are. Because I see most times there's a tendency to engage in noise, right? And that itself is a product of the fact that we do not have an understanding of what it is, like Prof would say, of a worldview. How should society operate? Hence, there's a lot of noise, and the noise being lost in religious and tribal psychophancy, right? And that is the core issue, understanding. So we as solution providers must begin to seek for approaches that involve what I call AL, alternative leadership approaches. And one of such is this program being held. But we can then cascade it below to start to, like, DJ Switch mentioned, start to organize at community levels. And community levels can be as simple as street associations, volunteering, for example, at your street association to talk to them about chapter 4 of the Constitution.
Right.
As simple as that. But it needs to go beyond that. It is a 10, 20, 30 years plan for alternative leaders like us. And we need to start from the root, the children. We need to start finding ways not to seem like enemies of the government in that context, but introducing civic and policy education into the training of children, gathering them together. If the curriculum will not allow that to come in, we can start gathering them together. We've lost the days of debates where young people will gather and debate about core issues. Look, what you promote is what becomes popular. And so if you do not promote debates, conversations for people around the core issues that concern them, they will not see incentive to want to discuss those core issues. And I think perhaps that's the way forward, or part of the way forward. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Timmy, with that. I have the next question I would like to ask Professor, but let me throw him back a little bit because I've got another one specifically for you, sir. But Renu, if you're very quick with me, I'm going to ask you two questions in one. The first question is, how can our vote really count in our society where everything is a stage? You were just talking about the fact that our hands are in the air. We don't want to die, but we can do it from the corners of our room. Secondly, how can your vote, or how can you vote for the right candidate when they really are birds of feathers? They all flock together. Word has that. So let's hear you, Renu. Two questions in one.
Okay, I'd answer the second question first, which is how can you vote for the right candidate? And when I was making my pitch the other time, I said that part of the voter apathy that we have today in Nigeria, both in youth and in adults, is as a result of Nigerian political parties that put forward strange leaders whose pedigree are not known, their achievements are not known, nothing is known about them. They just bring them forward and expect the skeptical citizen to swallow it hook, line, sinker. We need men and women, like I said in the video, who are trained, tested, and trusted, and tried to be put forward across, men and women that we know these people, we know where they're coming from, we know the work they have done in our communities, we know how much they have passion for Nigeria, not just political party opportunists that just want to come there and they see politics as a money-making scheme and just want to come there and make money, or they have the money, they just want to get power at all costs. So we need systems. And I appreciate what Dr. Obi Ezekwesili is doing with the School of Politics, which is training people, training leaders. I appreciate what the Institute of Governance as well is doing. You need to train people. Like I said before, just recently, that many youths that are online, were kind of making noise, like Timmy Olagunju said, but we're political illiterate. We don't even know where to go about these things. We just know, okay, this is politics. This is what they're saying. Let's just make noise for the moment. And like Timmy said, the noise just gets lost in the ethnic and religious bias that is going on. So we just need men and women who are trained and tested and trusted. But would this, would our political system allow us to vote for these people? I mean, I can go on and on about how the right candidates are all out there. Look at the Nigerian youth, for instance. I'll keep repeating this because I don't get tired of it, like DJ Switch said. Take a look at the NSAS protest, the way Nigerian youth gathered themselves to organize themselves into crowdfunding groups, cleaning groups, security groups, people that were there, submitting petitions. I mean, I've never written a petition in my life, but I met youth who drafted 7, 8, 10 pages of petitions to be submitted at the State House of Assembly. And I was amazed because, I never thought that Nigerian youth had that level of ingenuity. We have these wonderful souls. We have people in the diaspora coming in saying that this is what they want to do. We have the right candidates everywhere, anywhere. Take look at Timmy, for instance, what he's doing in policy and all. They're wonderful candidates, they are bad candidates, but would our political system allow us? NSAS protests was, 20th of October was a normal protest. There were people were waving their flags and, sitting down on the floor. Yet, they were shot at just for simply sitting down on the floor and singing the national anthem. Timmy was talking about how we could, go into communities, train the children, talk to the people. Wonderful idea. Most of us are thinking about these people. But I was speaking with DJ Switch the other day, and I said, these people that do not even want to see you protesting, they want to ban protests, they want to regulate social media, they're shooting at us while we are protesting. Are they the ones that will allow political sensitization in the communities? They know what they're doing. Like Professor said, NSAS was a threat to the ruling class. They saw it coming and they said if they did not nip this in the bud, it was going to grow into a revolution. So they tried to nip it in the bud. So I said to myself, would these people that could not even carry out police reforms, would they allow you to carry out the mobilization you want? Trust me, these people know the power that the youths have. And why do we think that they've been paying for smear campaigns all over TL, paying press to spread fake news and all that? Why do you think that they are chasing us off with tactics? Look at the strong voices like Timmy, strong voices like DJ Switch, strong voices like Maya Baga, the feminist school, strong voices Rama Sadao. Let me take for instance DJ Switch. She's a very strong top voice in Nigeria right now, but they are chasing her off with guns, with threats, with no-fly list, with every form of suppression they can, because they know that when it comes to the poll, these are the voices that can speak to the people and say, this is what you need to do. So what are they doing? They're suppressing those voices. They're making sure that they're spreading out fake news campaigns all over these voices. So when 2023 polls comes, all these top voices will be suppressed and there'll be nobody to be heard. So the politicians know what we can do. They know that we can mobilize effectively. They've seen the answers. They've seen the enough is enough. They know what it can happen. But would they allow it? They're in control of the guns, they're in control of the police. And it's just a case of, what can you do about this? Because everybody, like I said from the start, is literally afraid of their life. Now, how can our votes really count where everything is a stage? I look at the question, and like the Switch said, most times, you just wake up every day, and sometimes you decide today I'm not going to say anything about Nigeria because I think that enough is enough, and it's affecting my mental health. The bad news every day, kidnappings, bombings, jailbreaks is affecting me, and I'm not going to say anything. Other days you just want to march over to Aso Rock and sit Buhari down and talk face to face. Like, Dad, what is going on in this country? Just talk to me, citizen to citizen. Make me discuss what is really going on. So do we talk about votes? At times I talk about votes and I see people talk, these people talking about restructuring the country, talking about referendum, talking about Biafra needs to break off, talking about the North needs to go, this needs to go, not that needs to go. These are voting blocks that are like, I think Timmy or the switcher said, are disenfranchised. We now have people, and I think that for me, voter suppression is a form of rigging. I told this the other day that I think that is a form of rigging, because together into one coalition and now being frustrated. The East people have been frustrated. Northern people think that the Southern people are against them. Southern people think that the Northern people are not this and that. Everybody is disenfranchised. And now, when time comes for voting, no voter comes out. So it's effective because when you don't see anybody, you're winning. Buhari, I think I read in an article that Buhari won with 18% of the Nigerian registered voters population, and I was like, 18%? In I think Anambra or these states and Ekiti or whatever where they are conducting by-elections recently, people are winning with 500,000 voters and just about 20,000. The candidates won with 20,000 voters in a state where we have over 500,000 registered voters. For me, I think that this voter suppression is really working for these politicians, and they would not. How can we take power from people or demand from power from people that try to shoot at us while we're just sitting down on the floor? So the answer is left in where exactly is Nigeria headed towards, and how do we bring all these disenfranchised groups into one? It's what we can do. I believe that for what I've seen the Nigerian youth did during NSAS, they can perform miracles, they can perform wonders. But how do we once we succeed in bringing all these smaller voting blocks, this northern agenda, eastern agenda, southern agenda, and succeed in solving all these problems, then 2023 polls, let the best man win, and we'll see what happens.
Less than 2 years away, we have you with the 2023 polls coming. Thank you so much, Renu. Fabulous. Well said, very articulated. Switch, I know you want to say something. I saw your hands up, but there's a question that throws in a little bit from her response. A question that says, I was wondering, what stops people from taking 5,000 naira and still vote for their better candidates? So with your hands in the air, your thoughts in your head, let's hear from you and that answer.
Okay, so you know what, let me just answer that one real quick. Yeah, nothing, absolutely nothing. You understand? If you can deceive them the way they've been deceiving us, please collect the money by all means and vote for who you want to vote for. So nothing stops you from doing that. But let me tell you why I wouldn't do that, just on my own, right? It's a matter of integrity. You need to, when I keep saying you need to make a decision, right? And I want to tie this, I just want to come out from where Renu is coming out from, that pain that we're feeling, or that wants to make you go to Astro Rock and have a one-on-one conversation with this man, it's the same pain a bunch of Nigerians are feeling. In fact, almost for every Nigerian, except the ones that are benefiting from this government. Okay, those ones have totally lost their integrity. Those ones will sell their children for their pay. You understand? The voter suppression, it is tied into the voter intimidation. It is tied into all sorts of things. There is just the lack of, I know my vote won't count. It's that feeling. So why am I bothering? Do you understand? We're now suppressing ourselves now. Now we know how Nigerians are. They can take my words now and twist it. But I strongly believe, if any serious change is to happen, we need to be willing and ready to die for it. It's as simple as ABC. I'm not going to mince my words. We need to be willing and able to die for it. I remember when I was being hauled out of the safe house I was kept in, I know what was coming for me at that house. And you can speak to anyone from, say, Amnesty, who would tell you for days I kept on saying I didn't want to go anywhere. And somebody made a very one point, like almost like get sense kind of point to me. The person said, so do you think if you died now, like, so how do you now? It says it said that a dead man cannot talk. A dead man can't share. A dead man cannot show to the world whatever it is that they know. And that made a lot of sense to me. Okay. Now, my career and everything that I've been building all has gone to pieces. Okay. But I sat down, I said, okay, no wahala, I want to do this. So we need to make that choice. But what I believe is that if we're not going to go that way, the right way, or the way I would support is we need to start from the ground level. Like Timmy said, this is probably a 30-year program if care is not taken, or more, right? It needs to start from the grassroots, then up. It cannot start from anywhere else, because these are the people majorly that go out to vote. You understand what I'm saying? I strongly believe that we need to pick it up from the grassroots. The elites and so on and so forth, they can easily jet off out of this country anytime that they want. Do you understand? They could care less. But the question is, you need to have that integrity. And then I want to end it off with, again, going back to influencers. And I'm very particular about this because a lot of things have really, really upset me. Influencers, celebrities, I understand that you have to work. I understand, say, wahala, no, they finish. I understand that you have to do your own thing, make your own daily bread, okay? But where is your integrity? How can I sing about bad governance and then I am mingling with the same government? There's nothing anybody wants to tell me. I admire all our celebrities, all our influencers. But you need to make a choice, because you see, if you, Reno, you said that we have strong voices, right? Now there are people who I could probably say, please come and join me on my live. They will come, right? Now there are some people who say, come outside and meet me. They will come. Then there are some people that will say, come and fill up this stadium. They will come. Do you understand? So now, how do you expect someone who has listened to your product, right? Because I was saying in a sort of a podcast we had not too long called the Art of Resistance. I said, the artist, right? You are your work. How do you sing against bad governance and corruption, then mingle with it? What message are you passing to the 10 people, 10 million people, 100 million people that support you? Automatically, there's no hope. If you can do it, man, the next thing people say, hey, when will you reach my turn? Influencers need to take a stand. It's not funny anymore. There's so many brands you can advertise. You have the MTNs, the Glows, there all these waist fit trainer, be something that women wear. You have all of that. Leave these people and their money alone. Let them see that they've been left alone. By the time they don't, because there's a reason why they want to do that photo op with you. There's a reason why they want to put you, because it's demoralizing to the people who support you.
Right.
How can we not? We need to think. Stop collecting the money. Let them sit down with their money and say, these people, look at these people. Oh.
Okay.
I really wanted to say that, and I wanted to get that out of the way.
I like that you pulled that out. I could throw you a next question, Switch, still on you if I may. I know, and I watched on the 20th of October last year. I mean, your followers increased over 500,000 in 1 hour. In the Western world, celebrities, they leverage on the power of their fan base. But here, like you said, if you notice, celebrities they're a bit careful with who they stand for and who they stand with and all of that. Do you think at this time, after the whole enters and using their voice and learning their voice, their social media, which we're talking about right now, and governance, do you think it's a call for willingness to openly endorse a candidate of their choice without collecting money in 2023?
If I think it's what's just the last part, I missed that.
All right, so the question here on this is, are the celebrities in a celebrities who have a fan base, are they willing to openly endorse candidates in 2023? You know how it is, they've always sat on the fence of endorsing and saying, I stand with this person, I rather not do this, I do that. Usually, if you know, between you and I, they would ask for some certain amount of money. So coming in less than 2 years, what do you think the hope is right now with the strength of the voice, of the fan base and of course the celebrities?
Absolutely. I actually got a similar question not long ago about how politicians or political parties sort of co-opt celebrities and influencers. And I said, look, I've always believed that you have a choice to make. It's literally the first thing I said in my video. You are entitled to your choice, but you need to do it with your full chest, right? You're also entitled to endorse who you want to endorse. You're a human being. You must not follow what I'm saying, okay? But the underlying question is this: how is it affecting all of us here? Now, celebrities sit on the fence because they don't know, tomorrow now, this one might come and give me $200 billion, okay? But you see, unlike before, where it was a bit more difficult. You had to really rely on album sales. You even had to rely on these people to get the big paying jobs. Now we've got different platforms, streaming platforms. We've got so many ways of making money. So what's the problem? That's number one. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, you talked about that followership. Again, for me, if you've seen in my past, Matilda, you know me very well. I've never really been it's like social media cloud. I don't know how to do it. If I did, I would have. So it's not a judgment on anybody. But for me to see that amount here, you need to also understand that there are a group of people who are in there who genuinely felt outraged. You also have the group of people in there who wants to know what happened to me afterwards. You also have the group of people in there who are spies. You also have the group of people in there who are supporters, and you also have the group of people in there who want the country to be better. Okay. Now, my content, right? So I've chosen, right? Something I always used to do in the past. Here and there, I always used to call different things out, but just as a passion. Now I've chosen to do it full time. It's my choice. So it's either you stay or you don't stay. But if you don't stay, eventually that thing that you are keeping quiet about will meet you. If it is not a stray bullet, you might just be caught with your locks and you'll be arrested. Nobody will even know you're arrested because they won't let you even make a phone call. Every single arm of the government is so corrupt. How do our influencers and our celebrities, including myself, including everybody on this panel, including everybody in the goddamn country, how do you not want to take a stand? You must take a stand, but you have to make that choice yourself. And you cannot continue to like Timmy said, lip service. You understand? Get the ratings here, then go and have dinner. You can't do that. You're confusing people. Make a stand. This is why Fela will forever be respected and an icon. Fela was his work. You couldn't separate, even the women, you couldn't separate Fela from his work. When you see him, you see his work. When you hear the work, you hear him. So we must take a stand. The minute we do that here, just imagine the trickle-down effect. Imagine what your supporters saw that you, see what this guy do? No, then you know what? I no go do him. Even other celebrities will not have the mind to go and dine with these people after you. Because it will be a career killer.
Right. Switch, thank you so much. That question actually came from the first session, and we just wanted to hear your thoughts on that one. We've got a personal question for Professor, but just before we do that, let's hear one more time from you, Timmy. We're winding things down a little bit as we're running out of time on this second session. But Timmy, a question comes in. Before I go in, Joe from Dubai, I hope your question was answered earlier on. I think you had a question about in other countries, the government is actively involving the public service announcements and educating their citizens on elections and their voting rights. Why isn't this happening in Nigeria? I think a couple of conversations that went on with the speakers might have answered that question for you, Joe from Dubai. Timmy, back at you. It says, I'm curious to know if the panelists think we have reached the breaking point, as a people, to make us more willing to make, sacrifices for a change to occur. The question here is, do we even need to get to a breaking point at this stage? Timmy, I'll have you answer that really quickly before we have a question for Professor.
Okay, that's a very difficult question, and I'm going to give a simple answer to that, which is the fact that we are already at the breaking point. Like Reno rightly stated, our survival, once survival is threatened, you push Nigerians to the wall. And to a large extent, the security of Nigerians, which is basically the survival of Nigerians, is threatened at the moment. The bread and butter of Nigerians, what's the cost of food item in the market now, And then even for the governance structure, they do not have as much money to play with, unlike the days when Shehu Shagari told us that we have so much money that Nigerians can go to sleep, right? So there's not so much money anymore to play with, which means that the politicians will necessarily have to rely on debts to finance their evil deeds and politicking. Because any sane society, really, when you have issues like this, Professor Moghalu will tell you from economic standpoints that you look inwards, cost of governance, first thing first. Before you now start talking about trying to go get debts and all that, cost of governance first. We're not doing that. And you see all kinds of successionist movements here and there. There's Biafra, there's Oduduwa, there's IPOB.
Yes.
All kinds of things. So we are at the point where we are already at our breaking point. And look, the politicians need to understand, and those who know them need to go tell them that it will not be a business as usual. It's not just a simple threat, it's a threat from the reality of nature, of the trend of events. And so NSAS is just like the small headache that results later on into the bigger picture, right? And so it's a warning also for policymakers to take things quite seriously. Look, in rounding off this question, look, in any historic, those who forget history are doomed to repeat same. Now, let's look historically at, when things like this happen, you see that the business society, right, come up to tell the governance structure to say, look, you people should sit tight and do what is needful, right? And so part of the business society is the society of influencers, to say, look, Why are the politicians afraid of the influencers? Why are they calling Davido and the likes to come to Abuja to sit with the IG? Because there's something that influencers have, influence, right? And so it behoves on the business society or the society of influencers to begin to speak truth to the governance structure, that we cannot continue business as usual, or else the baton will hit on the head, or it results into a revolution. And whatever that revolution will lead into, it's going to be a very big one. And so this is a call even to not just influencers, but the Nigerian business community, right? To begin to take the proactive step to speak policy language to the governance structure. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Timmy. DJ Switch, Renu, you all have been absolutely fantastic. Just before I bring back on Professor, thank you so much. Loving the t-shirt. Renu, by the way, we all deserve t-shirts. We want our coconut t-shirts in different colors. Professor, right back at you. A personal question for you says, I have a question for the professor regards to voting for your party or candidate. Some citizens feel that their voting doesn't get to where it has to be counted, which makes them feel weak or not wanted to participate in elections. So before you answer that, I'm going to have you right after your question also give a bit of a round off on the session here today.
Okay. Well, so first of all, let me just round out the session. I think it's just been fantastic. I want to thank, recognize, acknowledge, and encourage the courage of these young people. You know, the way you have spoken, called out the issues, speaking truth to power, as we must do if we have to make progress. You know, Timmy captured a number of things well. Timmy has followed me, I must confess. He and I have been friends for some years, a few years since I began to contest for the presidency. And so he has an understanding of my worldview. And he has related it a little bit here. We must make choices, as DJ Switch has said. DJ Switch has taken a stand. I respect that, and I can relate to it. Look, I'm sorry, I don't want to sound immodest. I have achieved pretty much most things I can achieve in life. I have been a professor at one of the world's most prestigious universities. I've been a deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. I've been a United Nations official for 17 years, entry level, worked my way up to the highest ranks in the organization as director and serving as an undersecretary general. I have written 4 books. It will cost me nothing to continue to be part of the status quo, continue to enjoy appointments and contracts. Today in Nigeria, I don't sit on any board of any public company. Do you think it is because I don't know a thing or two about corporate governance that I used to regulate the banking and the financial sector on? No. The truth is they don't want to be seen with you because you have opted, quote unquote, out of the quote unquote system. You have made a choice. They respect it. But like someone said to me in 2019, my brother, I love what you're doing, but I'm sorry, I'm a confirmed coward. I hope you don't mind. Take this money, but my name should not go with it. I'm a confirmed coward. I hope you don't mind, but I like what you're doing. So this is what we see in Nigeria. Renu has talked about the intimidation. The electoral bill amendment is currently on. We have to fight for the electoral bill to be amended, for us to have transparent counting of our votes. And that, I believe, is going to happen. We must lend our voices to this struggle. and not allow the politicians in the National Assembly get away with any fudge, any mago, any wuru, yaunti, yini, like rat they do, as Fela would say in his days. You know, so we have to be strategic and put our voice to that electoral act. It must include, at a minimum, electronic transmission of voters from the polling booth to INEC database. It must include diaspora voting. If they can send $25 billion every year to sustain families, their votes should also count.
Absolutely.
You cannot take their money and disenfranchise their citizenship. The citizens of Ghana who live abroad vote, and many other countries in Africa. Why is it that in Nigeria, every simple thing is made so difficult? Because of the power of vested interests. I've made my choice. And my choice is for the people, period. Fortunately for me, because of the distinction I've achieved in life, I do not need Nigeria to put food on my table. That's a fact.
Well said.
If I needed Nigeria to be putting food on my table, by now I would have been minister of this and that in a government, you know. So you know, let's get real. This discussion, and you know, I like the way I think it was DJ Switch has called out the influencers themselves. How can you be an influencer and you're taking money? You are for pay. The influencers I've seen around the world, in the United States, the people who took their positions in Britain, in France, you know, they act on their moral choices, their courage, their choice. And like DJ said, you don't have to agree with me. My choice must not be your choice.
Really?
But make a choice. Make it on the basis of proper information and stand by your choice. Today, in the world of the music industry, the films, and you know, there's so many ways for you to make money that the government cannot touch you. Actually, the young people in Nigeria who are very successful today, they're successful not because of the government, but they're successful in spite of the government.
Absolutely.
So imagine what would happen if we had a government that could create an enabling environment for Nigeria's youth. So I know I can relate to what Timmy has said, what DJ Switch has said, what Renew has said. I have taken the risks. And I'm taking the consequences. I'm comfortable with it. But it is a moral duty. And I'm doing it, you know, I don't have to do it. I am not suffering. I have 4 kids in universities and I pay their school fees. But I cannot bear the poverty that I see every day in our country. I cannot bear the injustice. And so I've made my own choice. So our influencers, our youth, we have to do this. It's for our country and for our future. So if you are 25 or 30 today, and you imagine a Nigeria in 2050 with 400 million people, the 3rd most populous country in the world, or 450, according to UN estimates, with population rising the way it is today, unemployment rising, poverty rising, what is that Nigeria to you? One day it will get to where Timmy is saying. One day it will get to where, and it will consume the businessman who knows that you know, we need a good business environment, but is supporting the status quo that is jeopardizing a business environment because he or her just wants his or her own success today. The business community needs to engage and think in the future. In the language of policy, they are not politicians, but they can challenge the government on a strong policy argument. What is the doing business environment in Nigeria like? Why is it that intellectual property is not being promoted? It is the secret of the wealth of nations everywhere in the world. Why do you think America or Japan or Germany are leading? It is because of the inventions. There is nothing else. It is the foundation of the wealth of nations. In America, in the Constitution of the United States, intellectual property is in an article in the Constitution.
Yeah.
That is how important it is. In Nigeria, the young people invent, they take pictures of them and put in the newspapers, and that's where it ends. You will never see the article mass produced, the product, you will never see it on a marketplace. How do you create wealth? It is the mass production of those articles, the intellectual property that the inventor benefits from materially, the middlemen, the wholesalers. That is how a chain of wealth is created from innovation. So I just want to thank everyone. You know, people have spoken. I'll do a final wrap up of the conference at the right time, but this particular session has also been very good. And I want to thank you, Matilda, for the way you have moderated it. Timmy DeLaw, DJ Switch, Aholic, Reno Duala, I'm wearing a t-shirt, you know, and I think you'll be doing more. So it's all good. You know, thank you so much. Now, you had a question for me, Matilda, which I can just address in 1 second. What was that?
The question we had for you earlier on, if I may quickly go back to that, was, I'm so sorry, 1 second. It says, to voting for your party or candidate, some citizens feel that their voting doesn't get to where it's supposed to be counted. It just gets
Let me tell you something. Yes, let me say something about this very real quick. I've talked about the Electoral Act amendment. This is a process we all must engage in. That's one. But let me tell you something else. It doesn't matter how much people rig an election. If massive numbers of people come out to vote, it is almost impossible to rig an election if they vote in a particular direction. The more the numbers, the more difficult it is to rig. That's why some of the wicked people that give us the wicked problems that MI talked about, they don't want you to come out to vote because they know that if the numbers are low, the voter turnout is low, they can do the manipulation. So I think that if we all come out and vote, no matter the excuse, stand our ground and watch the votes being counted. We have seen the citizens defeat attempts at rigging in many polling booths in Nigeria. You know, so meanwhile, at the same time, we continue to campaign for the Electoral Act amendment, and we must get it by the middle of this year. That is my hope. So these two solutions, we cannot abandon the field. We can't leave the field. I could have made that choice. I can go to Harvard and be a professor and just remain there. I don't have to bother myself with all the nonsense that is going on. But I have chosen to remain engaged because our lives matter, because our youth and their lives and their future matters. I want Nigeria to be a place where my 4 children will return to. They all want to come back there. They all think about Nigeria, dream Nigeria, breathe Nigeria, because that's how we brought them up as Nigerians. So we all have a stake. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaking about volume and coming out to vote, in about 20 months in 2023, let our voices be heard, let our power of social media and the most that we've heard. We want to thank everyone who's out there, who tuned in and who joined us live from the very first session with Andrew from 2 o'clock. We understand we've got people from Dubai, London, America, here in Nigeria, also in the south of Africa, amongst others. A quick shout out as well to Fatah, Amanda, Vendeka, Joby, Oshi, fantastic. Everyone, thank you so much. To my co-moderator, Andrew. I mean, you lead, I follow. That's what I'm going to say to you. Thank you so much. Moderating the first session right there. To quiet woman who we've not really mentioned right now, First Lady, Marianne Moghalu, we greet you as well. Thank you all so much. Absolutely fantastic. Just before I say I bow down, we're looking forward to having this again. And I feel it's going to be bigger. It's going to be better. It's going to be more exciting. We want more people to engage in all of this. And we say good luck. Different topics, absolutely. Yeah. And with all the choices that we make in the future, we want to say good luck with that. And thank you all so much. Back to you, Professor. I sign out for now. Till next time, my name remains Matilda Duncan. Thank you all so much. Professor?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Matilda. Thank you, to all the people who have joined us at the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation for this first ever Elevating Youth Voices Summit. We have had a lot of wisdom come out of here, and we are going to be summarizing what we've said. The Institute will publish a report from the conference, and we will put it out where everybody who has participated can have access to it. And we will also be developing some action points that have come out from all your suggestions, all the brilliant panelists that have spoken here. It's a great honor for me personally to have hosted this event. And this is, our future belongs to all of us. And I'd like to thank those who have made the effort, despite their very busy schedules. Many of you stars, quote unquote, influencers have very busy schedules, but you've made out time because this matters, so thank you very much. I'd like to sign off. I don't know whether there's anything else.
Yes.
Matilda, is there anything? Okay, so this is basically myself signing off and thanking everyone for having participated in what has been a brilliant session on the creative industry, social media, and governance. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, DJ Switch. Thank you, Renu, Timmy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Very much.
You're most
Thank
welcome.
you so much.
Thank you,
See
Prof.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, bye. All right, bye.
Okay, bye. We'll just lean back right now and we'll see another video very quickly as we sign out. Thank you
Oh,
all
okay.
so much.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, so my name is Honorade Yakovie. I am 27 years old. I currently live in Port Harcourt. I am a lawyer who works for PATD. What else? What are my big dreams? A yacht, obviously. I want to make like stupid, crazy, mad, crazy, stupid money. What frustrates me the most about Nigeria? Buhari. Yeah, Buhari and all the politicians. Or more of like part-time politicians, full-time actors. So yes, basically that's it.
Hello, my name is Ayomide. I'm 22 and I live in Lagos. I'm employed and my big dream for my future is to become a senior executive in the economics and finance space in Africa and the world generally. When I look at my country, Nigeria, and where I live, Lagos, it's very frustrating to see how things are left till they become worse. I think that we as a people, not just even only the government, but we need to become more responsible about our institutions, about our resources, and make the best out of these things while we're here. So I hope to see a better Nigeria where we're more responsible to making Nigeria better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ufuma Yakovie. I'm 22 years old and I live in Warri, Delta State. I'm a fresh graduate awaiting law school, and my big dream is to make a mark on the entertainment industry in Nigeria by diversifying it past Lagos. So currently in Nigeria, when you think of the entertainment industry or you think of breaking into the industry, you immediately think of being in Lagos because that's where it's all at, that's where it's centered. So my goal would be to diversify it and give recognition to other parts of Nigeria like Port Harcourt and Warri by hosting events in these parts and also managing existing talents there, thereby creating a conducive environment for creatives. So currently in Nigeria, what frustrates me is the fact that there's a closed-minded approach towards being a creative and towards making your career centered around your creative abilities, and therefore there's not a lot of avenue to grow as a creative and to explore your art and build a career around it.
Hello, my name is Ese Odiri. I'm 21 years old and I live in Abuja, and I am a sales executive for a real estate company. My big dream is to be a silent investor, to have investments in Fortune 500 companies that all pay well, so I don't physically have to go to work every day, because in all honesty, the 9 to 5 thing isn't for me. So I'd like to earn silently and be a baby girl, I guess. What's currently frustrating me when I look at the potential of our community is the level of corruption. The fact that our systems cannot work, the fact that dreams are being crushed day in, day out because of corruption, the fact because some people have chosen to be greedy and not do what they're supposed to do to help the next person. The fact that my society, my community is an 80-20. 80 people, 20 people making decisions for 80 people, but those 80 people are suffering, and all the funds for the 100 people are going to only 20 people. That's what's frustrating me about my community today. Thank you.
We're logging off. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely.